Got it. Webinar starting up over there. Sure, I muted myself. Cool. You're listening to the Real Life Trading Pre-Market Day Trading Show. All right, what's up, traders from around the world, YouTube connoisseurs? It is Thursday, the 27th. Yeah, man, this month is flying by. We are already deep into January of 2022. It is the second to last day of the free trading week. And since it is the free week, also, I'll just leave the webinar up on YouTube as well. I might as well, right? For the first few hours. Yeah, Jonathan, Albert, Stock Dog, Lorenzo. Thank y'all for joining. Appreciate it. So here is the SPY. Yesterday we had good old Jerome Powell out there. The meeting minutes came out. We spiked a little bit because there was no talk of balance sheet runoff. Kind of digested the minutes, and then right in here is where Powell started talking, and we literally went straight down. The longer he talked, the more straight down we went, and then we ended right around here. Literally, the market like bottomed after he stopped talking. It was probably the worst Fed presser I've ever seen in my life. So we're leaving rates unchanged. We're not going to stop printing money until March. We're probably not going to change rates until March. And then he went on to outline, like verbally, how the jobs market is the tightest it's been, and wages are increasing at the fastest rate in decades, and inflation got worse, not better, in December, and how inflation's at a 40-year high. So then he went and listed like all these reasons why they should already be jacking rates, etc. Yet they're not going to move. At least not going to move yet. He didn't really give a timeline on rate increases, other than they're probably going to. And this is the other dumb thing. They act like they don't talk about anything else. Like, oh, we haven't really discussed that yet. It's like, come on, you guys know. So I don't know what they're waiting for. I guess it's just the optics of raising rates while they're still providing emergency support to the economy, which is pretty crazy. So the couple things that he did not mention that I thought was impactful after I kind of digested it, he did not mention like, hey, we're not going to be jacking rates 50 bips at a time. He did not mention like, hey, we can raise, we're not going to raise every meeting or anything like that. Things that he did say was it's not going to be like 2015 or 2018 tightening, like a one and done kind of deal. So I think he knows they're going to have to move faster and most likely harder. What's up, Craig? How are you doing? And I think the other thing that moved the equity market yesterday was really the Treasury. Here's the 10-year, and you can see this was the minutes spiking, and then Powell starting talking like right here. And again, the bond market much bigger than the stock market, so Treasury yields, they don't believe him that they're not really moving. I think treasuries are going to be breaking out. So here we are. We are. I feel like we have less certainty than more certainty after that press conference. So I know the market hates uncertainty. I think the market can deal with rate increases, to a certain point. Like, I'm not talking jack them to 4 or 5%, or 8 hikes like JP Morgan's talking about. But I think the market can discount all that stuff if it knows. The thing that I know that the market does not like is uncertainty, and I think we have more uncertainty versus less. So I will still be looking to short the rips. I do think that we'll retest the lows down at least into this 426 area, maybe even the low of Monday. I don't think today necessarily, although anything could happen. The Qs, and this is a pretty nasty candle, almost engulfed the range, engulfed the entire day, but we didn't close below down there. We're opening right in the middle. So it might be a little bit of a neutral kind of wind up day for a bigger move tomorrow or early next week. Usually when we have a pretty big range, and yesterday was a pretty big range after the Powell plunge, we get like a calm inside day. That's what we got Tuesday. So we could be in for a little bit of a boring day today on the overall markets. We will see. Here's the Dow. The funny thing is the Dow actually held up a little bit better, probably because it's not as weighted towards technology and long dated return instruments. And then the IWM pretty much looks like SPY and the Qs there. So small gaps up. As far as what's going to meet our plan to trade, I don't know that anything's going to meet it right out the gate. So we're probably going to have to be waiting. That's inside the range. That's inside the range. Tesla. I mean, how easy has Tesla been the last couple earnings? Pretty much no gap. So if you've been buying options, you've been doing it wrong on Tesla over earnings. Personally, I had an iron condor. So what that means is I sold a bear call spread up here at 1090, 1100. And then I had a bull put spread down at 800, 790. That expires tomorrow. I got paid, I think, $1.85, $1.90 for it. And since Tesla's pretty much not gapping at all, that thing's going to get IV crushed and probably be pretty worthless at the open. So I'll be looking to close that pretty much right away, but we're staying within the range. The earnings were great. You already knew they were going to be good because it's based on deliveries. We already knew the delivery number. Nothing super exciting. Slight miss on margin. Elon stressed about the supply chain issues. No new models this year, so nothing super crazy. Apple's within yesterday's range, so we're not going to be able to trade that in the first 20 minutes. Delta, same thing. And Roblox, same thing as well. So I think it's going to be a pretty calm morning. A couple stocks that are gapping outside of yesterday's range. Square, not a great gap, gapping below this bullish candle, obviously below yesterday's low. Intel, again, got rocked on earnings. This thing is just on the struggle bus. Looked like it was going to break out and then just rolled back over. I know it's looked at like a little bit of value, but they're just so far behind AMD. So Intel, I will be watching for a move lower, although we won't be trading it officially because we're only trading these 6. And then Lam Research, also a pretty nice bearish gap here. Another manufacturer for, I think they make the equipment that helps make semiconductors. And yeah, it does not look like doesn't look like a great gap. You got nice bullish candle followed by a couple inside days. Looks like a bear flag and gapping down below that pivot. We'll see where it opens though. We'll see where it opens. So those are 3 notable ones. Justin Chapman in the YouTube chat. Gotta pour you a whiskey. Oh, I guess you could be anywhere in the world, but otherwise, it is a little early in Boise, Idaho for that. I have my iced vanilla latte that I made. Tastes pretty good. Yes, I'm a coffee snob. It's 12 o'clock somewhere? Man, I thought it was supposed to be it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Not for whiskey or anything. Yeah. Any other stocks that you all want to take a look at before the open? Let's see. Sorry, I wish I could. Does anyone know? Can I move the YouTube chat to the right? Oh, I can pop out the chat. That's probably a little bit easier. Yeah, that's so much easier. I can put it next to the Zoom chat. If I do this, does it show on this on YouTube? Let's see if it does. I think so. Oh wait, I don't have to look as far left over here. Hi, do I have on? Hi, do you have on count market manipulation, market maker, inducing a retail trader to go long or short at important zones? Um, I don't think that's necessarily market manipulation. I think that retail traders are oftentimes late to moves, and they always, not always, but they gravitate many times to breakouts and breakdowns. And so a lot of times they're buying things late and they're selling things late. Kind of like SPY, right? So SPY on Monday is getting absolutely hosed. I think we're all pretty much looking for a reversal. You can see we're kind of like riding the 10 down. Once you start to get this, and then you start to hear, like, for me, since I am part of RLT, like I can judge by like Slack, a lot of text messages that I get, message on social media. You can kind of feel the fear and the scaredness. And once that started to really peak, and then we started to make this bottom, and we throw in this little bear candle, we take that out versus rolling back over right here. Right there is where I bought calls on SPY. Whereas like a lot of noobs were probably shorting right here. Maybe even shorted this. I don't know. Or either way, like they didn't go long at the capitulation. And then I held those calls until right here yesterday. I sold one of them over here, and then I held one for what I was hoping for a gap up overnight. And then when we made this new high right here, it's like I exited it. There's probably a lot of newbie traders that are like, "Oh, we're breaking the high from the morning." Yeah, we were, but we just rallied, a bunch off of this huge dip that we had. So it's like we were all the way down here. And so people probably didn't go long until like a lot of newbies probably went long up here. Well, we just rallied 5% off of that low. That's huge. So it's like I feel like they waited too long. SPX, I mean, SPY looks like we're gonna gap up just a little bit right into the middle of yesterday's range. The SPX pretty much the same as the SPY, so although SPX is in trading right now, like you'd have to go ES1. Futures. So here's another thing. Take a look at the futures. Where did we start to bounce? Almost looks like an inverted head and shoulders. So like this low is not going to be as important to me as this low. So on SPY, that's the ES futures. So on SPY, it's going to be, yeah, pretty much right here. Like if we break this low, I'm going to start shorting. I'm not going to wait for this low down here to short. Because the futures trade overnight. We traded right down into this support where we bounced right here. We tried to retest it. This was actually, there's like a point of control in there. And then we came down there last night in the middle of the night for me. And we tested the same level and bounced. So this is the more critical level to me, not all the way down here. So if we start breaking there, like that's when I would get a little more bearish. But right now, it looks like it's just a small gap up. inside, like pretty much right in the middle of yesterday's price range. So I could go either way. I'm not going to be super aggressive today because we had a really big move yesterday. Like this is a massive sell off intraday. Oh, when Powell was talking. The man, he was just dumping on the Qs. Holy smokes! And this 343 level on the Qs, I think, is the important level. That's like right into this old prior double top. Right over here, that was an all-time high. So that old resistance, became a little bit of new support, became a little bit of new support. Notice we haven't had a close down here. Like, I'm not saying this level doesn't mean anything. Like that was a washout, but I would say the support is here, not necessarily there. That makes sense. A little more of a key area for me. So wild. It's not like they're going to 6% for moves. If they do 0.25 moves, Steve, what I think they should do a 50 basis point move first, just to show like, hey, we're not effing around. Inflation is, and Powell did talk about this quite a bit. So like me, most of the traders in the room, if we have assets, inflation is probably not as damaging. While I notice the fact that, hey, groceries have gone up, like I have stocks and real estate and things like that have gone up with inflation, right? But for most people, like if you're just working a W-2 and you have no assets, inflation is killing you. And so that's more important than like keeping asset prices up. So I think the Fed is going to have to act and have to like not be as worried about the market as they are like the average normal person, because most people are asset poor, meaning they don't have, a lot of assets. They probably don't have a lot of real estate, or they have like just their house. They don't have stocks that went up with inflation. They don't own businesses that valuations went up or are able to raise prices and things like that. It's like, okay, you got a 2% raise, but inflation's 7%. Like, now what? So, yeah, I think they need to raise like 50 bips. I don't think the first rate increase can do anything. Plus, it takes time for that to circle back through the economy. Is this 1-800-Flowers someone's mentioning? I didn't even know this thing was still traded. You might be a little late on the short. It's down 30%. Unless you're already, if you're already in, cool. Probably look to cover pretty soon. But if you're not in yet, you're probably chasing. Otherwise, like wait for, if it rips back higher, then short it back down. But yeah, it's already down 31%. That's pretty far. Las Vegas Sands, nothing on this. The other thing, like this ain't even Las Vegas. I don't think they own anything anymore in Las Vegas. It's like all Macau. Oxy, yep, oil, energy. If you bought the dip on energy, great job. Oil's going higher. Weird. I thought Kathy Wood said oil was going to $12. I don't know. That's strange. Halliburton, yep. Energy stocks look good. GLPG, Galapagos. Isn't this the name of like some dinosaur or giant? Oh no, the turtle, right? Galapagos turtle. No clue what this is. Biotech. I don't really trade biotechs. This is we're obviously not the primary market because this is gapping like literally every single day, and the volume is absolutely horrible. So don't day trade that. Is Nvidia a possible trade out the gate? Um, Let me see. It's not gapping outside the range. Have a bear candle gapping above the open. Actually, yeah, Nvidia might qualify now. That last little surge. So Nvidia might qualify. Doesn't mean I have to take it, but it could qualify. Can we expect any drastic move on Facebook before or after earnings? Facebook, it doesn't look great right now. You got closes below this blue line, which is like this old prior high. This old double top over here. That became a little bit of new support. You also closed yesterday below this candle, which was a really nice trapping candle. So you can see there were a lot of folks in here that got trapped if they went bearish there and got burned. Well, we closed below that candle. Like over here, we didn't close below it. We wicked through. We'll undercut and rally. Yesterday, we closed below it. We're pretty much there right now. And earnings is imminent. So it'll just move with the overall market. Which is crazy just because even though like people hate Facebook, I mean I deleted it off my phone. They are a cash printing like machine. They make so much money. And I don't see that stopping anytime soon. So it is a potential value growth play. And if I just go look at FinViz, whoops, not Twitter. They're all blue. And look at Facebook, aka Meta. They make $40 billion a year. Sales quarter over quarter, 35%. Price sales 7.62. Look at their forward PE, 20 times. Trailing 21 times. They got no debt. This looks like a great buy. Fundamentally, but doesn't mean it can't go lower. All right, so Nvidia again might qualify. We'll see on the open. AMD is not going to qualify. Man, the option buyers just getting straight up hosed. They had like a $99 move priced into Tesla, and it's gapping up $5. So Apple not going to qualify, Delta not going to qualify, and Roblox. When were they, Matt? Are those the ones that we sold on Monday? The 600s, yeah. I mean, for sure, I bought those back yesterday. Yeah, you also sold a 700. Yeah, it'll be pretty much worthless. Yeah, I mean, I got most of the meat off the bone on the 600, and it just wasn't worth like leaving the margin out there. So, but I will need to do that real quick when the market opens. I'll need to go into Tesla and close out that iron condor. So here's Amazon. Not a great, not a great last couple days on Amazon too. Really gotten beat up. Google is another one. You just look at the fundamentals and you're like, please, sir, can I have some more? But you have to kind of detach the underlying business from the market cap because these are, since they're so big, if people get scared and they want money, like what are they going to sell? They're going to sell the winners. 70 billion, 23 times forward PE, trailing 24, 41% growth quarter over quarter on virtually no debt. Kathy Wood should be buying Google, not about all the other junk that she's buying. She's blowing out of skills at the bottom. So she had been selling the last couple days over here, driving the price down on herself. She unloaded like, I don't know, 3-4 million shares yesterday, something like that. I'm fine with people being wrong, but man, She has stayed so wrong for months and just continues to buy straight up hot caca stocks. And look at Teladoc. Yeah. We're in Gucci shoes. RN Gucci shoes. Good morning. So yeah, I was hoping that ARK would get a little bit of a rip, like back into the low 80s, and I could short it again, but nope. AMD, yeah, I did hear that China is either going to or did authorize them to purchase Xilinx with some conditions, something like that. But it's not really moving. I mean, AMD, what a trap. Look at, like, who's buying the breakout of that hammer on AMD? I have no idea. I guess that was happening over here on the Fed, but yeah, that person, whoever these people were right here, just absolutely hosed. Absolutely Hoseville. So we got Big Daddy Apple reporting after hours tonight. That's going to be the big one. Scary being a noob out there. Yeah, man. The stock market is one of the only places, probably the only place actually, that like an absolute. If you just have money and you can anyone can open an account and you can start buying stocks and trading, and you're trading against like people that have a lot more money, way more knowledge, way faster technology, more access to information. Like all, it's basically like if you just threw on shoes and then tried to go play one on one with LeBron James, like he's gonna straight up dominate you. But you can do that in the market, which is just wild. One of the only places where you can just open an account and go out there and you know trade against professionals. And yeah, it can be tough. It can be tough. Yeah, you can win, but you definitely need to educate yourself a little bit. You're gonna do like a couple things. There's a lot of good free information, but especially like at RLT we have a ton. But you're either going to pay for education, or you're going like for a mentor or for someone else's knowledge that they've learned on, or you're gonna pay in losses. One way or, but either way, you're gonna pay. And oftentimes the market is a probably the best trickster out there. Like a lot of times people will start, they'll get a good win and then they're like, oh, I got this. I know what I'm doing. And then they get absolutely crushed and give it all back plus more. And you know, if you want to just do easy investing over the long term, there's nothing wrong with just buying index funds and just like buying the SPY longer term and holding. Not everybody has to active trade. You can do both too. I like doing both. But yeah, patience, 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 patience. Too many people want to get rich quick. Like, hey, I have 10 grand. Tell me how I can double it next week with no risk. I don't ever want to see whatever I invest in lose money. How do I make it? How do I make $1 million? All right, and we are off. Yeah, yeah. Square doesn't look good. So Nvidia does qualify. Again, doesn't mean we have to take it, but Nvidia does qualify. Okay, there we go. AMD does not for the first 20 minutes. Tesla does not. Apple, man, trading view is like super slow. Apple does not. Delta almost does. Didn't quite gap high enough. Yeah, so Delta doesn't really qualify. Like it's very close, but does not. Let me go in and close out this Iron Condor on the Tesla machine. Um, Close position. Hmm, there we go. I had to give the market maker a few cents in order to close that out because of the spreads on the options. That's okay. That's all right. Oh, that way I don't have to worry about it the rest of the day. Yeah, Square does not look great. Intel pooping its pants immediately, and Lam Research looks a little rough. Thinkorswim is lagging pretty nicely. Hold on, let me refresh trading view. It's definitely lagging. Is anyone else's trading view lagging like that? Okay. That's all right. We have to be patient anyways, so according to our plan. I mean, LVS didn't really gap at all. So, there's not really a setup that I see. Be careful shorting the low. If you want to short this, I would short a retest personally. That didn't really gap. And then oil stocks. You might be getting a little 10 EMA. If you can get a bear close right here, a breakout above that, would be nice. Depending on if you're using the 10 EMA strategy or not. Same thing there. We do have a couple minutes before that candle's going to close, though. What did I say I was drinking? An iced vanilla latte, Justin. AMC on the move. I'm sure lower. The Diamond Hands apes are found out they're really oh, it's actually up a little bit. They're really holding the CZs and they're getting shattered. I mean, even the CEO straight up told you all, like, I'm selling all my stock. Yep, SPY gapped up a little bit, but just inside yesterday's range, especially right into the middle of all the stuff from yesterday. Point of control still a little bit higher. We're kind of filling out like this volume profile right now. Yesterday, but yeah, I don't see anything that I'm like, oh, I have to take this right away. He made money on GameStop. Good. I'm glad that he got out and kept it. It's not hard to make money. It's hard to keep it. A lot of people will watch like their P&L rock it up on something and then they'll just give it all back. So again, Nvidia does qualify, but we would need a bear candle closing above the 10. With obviously without extended hours, it's going to do that. The hard part's going to be with extended hours here. Intel just crapping its pants immediately. Pretty nasty gap, unless you're trading like a 1 minute chart. Really didn't have any chance on that one. Yeah, I'm not bullish on anything China, Joe, at all. Sell the rip on every single one of these, in my opinion. Oh, look, hey, Bob is going to make a new low. Wow, interesting. Neo. One of the Chinese stocks that held up a little bit better, but finally the air is starting to come out of that bubble. JD.com. Breaking Monday's lows. So I'm going to be patient and let things develop a little bit. There's Delta. So that candle did close above the 10, but Delta didn't really qualify in the first 20 minutes, breaking the range. Roblox did also not qualify. Yeah, Nvidia is the only one that qualifies. This candle did not close above the 10. Even if this is a bull candle closing below the 10 on extended, it's not going to be below the 10 on non-extended. So we're going to have to wait. What? You're not in a trade right now? Flowers is down 30. It's probably a long, actually, down here, at least for a little bit. I'm not trading it down 31%, but it's probably a long, just because it's. If you were short, the reason I say that, if you were short flowers.com over earnings and you get this gap down, you're going to just hold the short? No, you're covering that bad boy. Covering that bad boy. Individual stocks looking worse than the ETF. Yeah. Yep. Especially if you're I mean, we're looking at a lot of tech stocks, right, Matt? So, yeah, Square, not a great gap. Intel crushed. Lam Research actually opened pretty nicely. It opened a little bit higher than it looked like it was going to. Tesla, so that's not a good sign. It's already going red. And their earnings were good. They weren't really like exciting. There was nothing like, oh my gosh, this is so great. I have to get in. It did break the low of yesterday though now. So this does it did break the low within 20 minutes, right? That's what's on here. So at open, did it gap above the prior higher day low? That's a no. So we go to rule number 2. In the first 20 minutes, did prior high or low get taken out? Yes, go to rule 5. Boom. Making it very, very easy. And this is the beginner's room, so trying to make it as easy as possible. So we would look for a bull candle, hopefully like a little bit of a retest, bull candle closing below the 10 on extended and non-extended hours. And then that could qualify. NVIDIA, not going to qualify yet. That meets our strategy. AMD does not qualify yet. Apple, literally stuck in yesterday's range. Delta, barely didn't qualify. Based on the gap, I would be working a little bit. And then Roblox, yeah, still hasn't broken yesterday's low. Let's see, did you get your bear candle? You did. So this would have met if you were using our 10 EMA strategy for something like Halliburton. You got your bear candle right there. You would have gone long there with a stop right there. If you want to go really tight, you would just go like this. I probably would have just done that because in the morning I like to use a little bit wider stops. But you would have done this. That's your bearish candle closing above the 10. Oxy, did you get this? Probably, because they all kind of trade the same. You're getting it right now. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure these candles, yep, are above the 10. So you break out right there. I don't like the high they break, but you do have this consolidation right there. But if you were trading our 10 EMA strategy on those stocks, that's how you would be playing them. I'm just only focused on these 6 right now. So I don't want this to close like all the way down here, super extended. I'd like it to like retest a little bit. What is your SL ratio? Stop loss ratio? Is that what you're asking? For our stop size, what we use is we're entering. So let's say that bull strategy, bear candle closing above the 10, long above the candle, stop below its low and below moving average. So like if we were doing it on Oxy, or what was the other one? Halliburton. If we were doing it on Halliburton, you could do this. That would meet the strategy. And it's fine for the beginner room. We can let's do this. So how you would position size. I don't know if this is what you're asking, but maybe someone has the same question. Take 3152 minus our stop size 31.26. So the stop size is 26 cents. And then you're going to figure out how much do you want to risk. So that's what's called our R, right? Our risk unit. So if my risk unit is $500, I'm going to take 500 divided by 0.26. I'm going to need to buy 1,923 shares. Does that make sense? Can you go over how to input the order? Yeah, so again, this isn't a live trade. Like I'm not actually trading this one, but I'll go ahead and just show you. I mean, obviously that one's not on our list and it's already passed, but I would go into my broker. I would come into, what was it, Halliburton. Let's change this for 3-minute. So I would come in here, I would change the number of shares. What was it, 1923. I already have some predetermined stop sizes, so I would go 25. I would change this to 0.26. And then I would have gone in here and done 3152. So 3152, I would click over here. I would go edit. And instead of a limit, since it would have been a breakout at the time, I would just do stop limit. So stop 3152, limit 3152, and then my stop size is 26 cents lower. And then let's say I want to do like 1.2R, I would probably be like, I don't know, 35 cents or whatever for the target. And then you would send it. Yeah, so if the price action is currently below where you want to buy and you only want to buy in a breakout, you only want to buy if it breaks out. That was Think or Swim, Allison, by TD Ameritrade. So if you only want to buy in a breakout, you need to use a stop limit. So you're saying, okay, at this level, stop, like broker do something, then enter a limit buy. Because if you just do limit buy is telling your broker 31.52 or better. Or better is cheaper. So if you enter a limit and the stock is right here at 31.45, it's going to buy it immediately, and it didn't actually break out because 31.45 is better than 31.52 if you're going long. All right, so NVIDIA, this one would meet our 10 EMA strategy, but the it's not matching on the non-extended hours. So we're still waiting there. The Tesla machine, we do have a bull candle closing below the 10 without extended, with extended as well. The only problem with this is, per our strategy, our stop would have to be way up here, right? We would have to do this, and that risk reward is not great. That's like a $30 stop size. So I would prefer, so just because it qualifies doesn't mean you have to take it. I would prefer a candle much closer to the 10 versus that setup. Sorry, someone was sending me a private message there. So I'm gonna wait on Tesla, but it does qualify for us to trade it. AMD does not qualify yet. Apple does not qualify yet. Delta did break the high, so that one could qualify. Like, it's a potential at least. Meets the criteria. And then Roblox does not qualify yet. Yeah, so Oxy, same thing. You would have gone long right here with a stop. Now this one, since you did have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 minutes worth of price action, I probably would have done that stop size versus like Halliburton. You know, I went below the first candle. So I would have done it like this. And this would pretty much be hitting our target right now. So just showing you that you don't have to only focus on these 6. Like, that's what we're doing right now. But you can use this strategy for other things. Look to exit at a new high, new low, depending on whether you're going long or short, around 1.2 to 1.4, or if there's a strong resistance or support, again, depending on if you're long or short. If you're long, if there's like 5 bull candles in a row or 5 bear candles in a row. If you're short, TradingView has this really cool tool, long position. You can go like this and you can size up. Okay, 1.4 is like right up here. So you'd already be out using the 10 EMA strategy. You would hit your target. So if you have a $200 risk unit, 1.4 would have been what? How's my math? 1.4 on 100, 140, 280, $280 win. So again, this strategy is available completely free on your dashboard at Real Life Trading. Obviously, you won't see all this, but the 10 EMA strategy, which is this one right here, and move my zoom tool. This one right here is available for free on our website. You can apply it to anyone. Right now, we're only doing these 6 just to make it easy, so we're not, looking at a million stocks every day. A little bit of a potential blow off top there. Personally, let's see, is it holding VWAP? Yeah, I don't think I would be short until it like broke down in here. If I was shorting it, I'm not shorting it, but that's how I would do it. And then I'd have a target down here. Now that it's giving you at least a little bit of a pop versus trying to short it all the way down at the low. Let's get our 10 EMA back on. Yeah, no dumb questions. Definitely feel like if you got a question, hey, ask it. That's what we're here for. Jeremy's live in the other trading room. It's not being streamed on YouTube because we can only stream one at a time. But this is the beginner room, so I will show you how to enter orders and all those fun things as well. The square looks like it is trying to base. Roblox, a little bit of a bounce. Apple's just chilling in yesterday's range. Same with AMD. Man, really slow. Jeez. That is one thing. It seems like with freak trades and everything, just all these services have slowed down massively on high volatility days. Would I grab a call on Square down here? Oh man. I'm not grabbing a call if that helps your personally no. I can see why one would, but I'm not personally doing that. Doesn't mean you couldn't day trade it. Like, since you did get some trapping lower wicks, like if you get a little indecision right in here and you want to take it long, or like using our 10 EMA, if you get a bear candle closing above the 10, you want to take a break of that with a stop at the low of the day, you could do that. You could do that with a call. I would just use shares personally, but see if it sets up, I guess. Intel's actually into an interesting level. Big round grandma number at 48. Pretty solid support. I could see Intel fading a little bit now. I could see Intel fading just a little bit. We're out of Oxy. Cool. Yep, it was a nice gap. It had retested. Good compression. Did it get to like 1.2? Halliburton was a little better. Yeah, it didn't quite get there. But a win is a win. Yeah, Halliburton was a little better. Yeah, I'm surprised Lucid held up as good as it did, considering like how many cars have they made? 5? 6? Yeah, I'm not a believer in any of these things. Not a believer. I would rather be in Ford than Lucid. Hell, I'm in Ford. All right, so SPY is getting a little bit of a bullish push. That's nice. Same with the Qs. Nvidia. So this one again does qualify. The hard thing is extended and non-extended don't really align just yet. I like the compression on Tesla. What I would really like to see is like a push back up here. So we at least get into the moving average and then potentially for a roll. Flowers, I would be short right now. I'm not in this trade, but that's how I would be setting it up. But if we don't get it closed back down here, I would either slam my stop down or exit. Because you want to see that one fall. Don't understand why NVIDIA qualified. Okay, so let's take a look. Good question, because it is a little it takes a little getting used to. All right, so conditions. At open, did the stock gap above the prior high of day or low? So this one was definitely no, right? Like NVIDIA didn't gap above here and it didn't gap below here. But, so if it's no, go to rule two. Go to rule 2. First 20 minutes, did the prior high or low get taken out? Yes or no? Blah, blah, blah. First 20 minutes, did the stock, this is what qualifies it. Did the stock have a bear candle gapping above open? So yesterday, this is a bear candle. And we did gap. So this is the open and this is the close. So we opened above the open of yesterday. SPY is just, it's not on our list that we're like actively trading, but you can still do it on SPY. And SPY would have not qualified though. Yeah, it takes a little getting used to because there is like multiple qualifiers. I personally, I like it a little bit later. So like this, best time for the strategy is after the first hour of market open. I like it a little bit more because then you already have some range and you've already like had some type of retest. So like this would qualify right here. But to me, this still feels a little extended. Like you would have to do that. Now that, you know, the moving averages came down, like over here, your moving average would have, you would have had to have your stop all the way up here. Not the moving averages come down, but this just feels a little extended to me. So like just because this qualifies doesn't mean that we have to take it. So I'm personally waiting. That's why I'm not setting this one up just yet. I'd like a little bit more of a retest. Do I have a separate account for long-term investments? Yes, I do. That makes it much easier, Steve. My opinion. I know not everyone is in the same situation, but if you can have a long-term account, a swing trade account, and a day trade account, that's generally like that's how I like to do it. Because that way, like, you know, let's say, I don't know, Apple. I own shares of Apple in my long-term account, but I can still day trade it in my day trade account with using shares. I don't have, and it doesn't mess up my position size. Or like I have an interactive brokers account that I just have like separate money that literally goes to cash every single day, and I only use it for day trading. And primarily, I use it to short stocks that I can't short on TOS. I almost never hold a stock overnight over there. Like I think I did for like a margin video or something like that. Otherwise, it literally is like cash every time. End of the day, so I can trade whatever I want. Not like, oh well, I'm in this, you know, for a swing trade, so I can't day trade it. You know, that kind of stuff. I don't have to worry about that. You're out of flowers, Joe. Yeah, my opinion, I think you would want it to plunge right here. It is on short sale restriction since it's down over 10%. So I would either have my stop like slam down here at this point with a very small risk, or I would exit. But yeah, this Halliburton was definitely a nice move. But that's why you sell in the strength, right? You picked 1.2 to 1.4, whatever you liked. Oxy didn't quite have a great move as Halliburton. I think it got to right about an R. depending on your stop size. I didn't really bother going into the daily charts and looking at resistances, but I would have done that too if I was trading those. So Intel just crushed through 48. It did not hold that level. It's a good strategy. It makes you patient. Yeah, I mean, I like trading. If I'm trading by myself and I don't have to like look at comments or questions, and I like am just in on me trading the market, like I'll trade the 1 minute chart first thing in the morning. But you don't have to do that in order to make money. But I do like trading in the morning because it is where there's a lot of volatility. But there's nothing wrong with being patient and waiting. I heard that the market's open for like 7 hours a day or something like that. And unless you're doing some type of like stat arb or something, um, you're probably not taking more than like 2 to 3 trades a day, like day trades. Matter, yeah, this thing's getting crushed. I mean, all these stocks, like, if they don't make money and they're losing money, I just sell the hell out of them. Yeah, this goes with Arc Ladies stuff. What's the PE ratio? Does it make money? If you're valuing it on price to sell, sell it. Pretty much. So yeah, if you're buying some of these things, make sure that you are buying small enough to where you're comfortable with whatever you're doing, because things can get nasty for a very long time. A lot of these things, it's been like the 2000 tech bubble, like a stealth bear market for like the last year on a lot of these growth stocks, and some of them are never going to come back. Some of them will. Some of them will never come back. Like I don't think Peloton ever comes back. I wrote it on my chart after this gap. This gap never fills. I don't think this thing ever comes back. There's absolutely no chance I'm buying this thing. So let's see. Even if we took a really aggressive short, because it's the first candle, our stop would have had to be above the moving average. Yeah, it's still just, it's a little too extended. A little too extended right there. After the first hour, though, we can trade all of them, which is probably what I'm gonna wait for. To be honest, I just want to see what kind of happens in the first hour. Let some of the opening moves go down, because the overall market, it's just not a great gap. Just an inside gap. Generally, when I lose money, it is on days where like we have inside gaps like this. So I'm not super like pumped to trade like a wild man. So we are just waiting to see what develops. Weird. Tesla traded into that pre-market low. Intel, he did. This candle did close below. Yep, 47.96. So let's see if you can get a little undercut and rally. It didn't hold 48 immediately. Makes me feel like it's not as strong as I would want it to be. There's some volume there on that, but not a ton. Right now, I'd still be waiting. Square, Matt. There's your bull can, or sorry, bear candle above the 10. I think you could have done like that, maybe. A little bit wide on the stop size, but did I go over Jeremy buying calls? He bought calls on the Qs yesterday. Pretty much right here. Did he post that he's selling them or? Basically, he just bought calls at support. I don't enter into trades during like while Jerome Powell's talking, so yeah, just traded right into support. He bought calls down there, and I'm guessing that he's either going as is selling them or is going to sell them soon, maybe back up into here. You believe he took profit this morning? Yeah, I'm not in the other room, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm guessing that he got the gap that he wanted, and so he sold them. Is it a life changing win? I mean, probably not, but made some money. This market is definitely rewarding buying at support and selling at resistance, like not chasing moves. You really have to make sure that you are not chasing in this market, because if you chase, you will get wrecked. If you chase, you die. Are we looking for the day? Are we looking for the daily over the 10, or what is the best time frame? We're using the 3 minute for day trading. In that case, that's his name. For those not in the YouTube chat, I'm not calling him a nutcase. That's his YouTube handle. Yep, our strategy's right here. Joe Dagger is Wild Man Thursday. He's trading like 15 stocks at once, I think. Yep, I'd be out of this. Let's go look, Greg. Possible NVIDIA. Extended, non-extended. Okay. So yeah, NVIDIA would qualify for a bearish trade right here. Although, like, we're just about to fill this gap. I'm gonna keep waiting. I'm not excited to short it right there. I still feel like that's shorting right at support. It qualifies, but especially with extended hours on, your stop has to be all the way up here, right? Because it has to be above the moving average. So like you have to ask yourself, okay, that's like a $4 stop. So just to get to an R, we got to get like all the way down into here. I mean, it's possible, but kind of like Tesla, it didn't really like, unless you did this candle, which we're trying to do the first candle that closes below. I think just waiting is gonna be the play today. If an hour goes by, Roblox long actually might work. The SPY getting up into a little bit of resistance here. As long as Powell doesn't start talking again. Tesla is just, it's all baked in, man. Like you already knew the earnings. So Tesla is like very deliveries driven. Each stock, like they kind of move on different things, right? So like Netflix moves on subscriber growth, which is why they got killed. Tesla moves on deliveries. Deliveries were good. So you already knew they were going to do well. And then the other thing that gets looked at is margin. And they had a miss on margin. And Elon hype. And I think the Elon hype is kind of wearing off. There wasn't anything really, there's no catalyst on the call, really. So, like, yeah, it was good, but I mean, it's kind of already baked into the earnings. Probably why it's good trade to day trade. Yeah, I mean volatility, yeah, is good for day trading. Yep. Delta might be shaping up here. This does qualify, right? 20 minutes. Did it break this high in 20 minutes? It did. I don't think this is going to be a bearish candle though. Yeah, so because the trigger was so extended, again, I would really like us to trade up here, fail to trigger the long, and then break down if we were going to short it. Otherwise, like, I don't know, I kind of feel like I want to wait for a long trigger on this one. Although it's definitely lagging the market, right? Much, much weaker than the overall market. Where's that point of control? So we're right there at the point of control from yesterday. No. No, if that was a bearish candle, I'd probably be setting that up, but it's not. It's a bullish candle. Apple doesn't qualify yet. Roblox, 17 minutes. All the restrictions are off. Halliburton's not on the list, Joe, for this strategy, so I can't trade it. Traded into 32. Yeah, it might have a little more room. 32.40 is probably like most today, though. Intel will undercut and rally. Ever swing the futures as a hedge? I've traded the futures kind of as a hedge, but not really, not a swing trade. No, actually, I don't think I've ever held futures through the settlement like at night. You're learning the 10 EMA strategy. It seems conditions 1 and 2 refer to prior day lows. Does condition 3 refer to the open of the prior day or the current day? So 3 is, did the stock have the bear candle the prior day and then is opening? So the prior day and then today's open. When you start the 10 minute strategy, everything is done on the time frame chosen. The daily, the gap, whether it's gapping or not, qualifies whether or not we can trade it in the first 20 minutes or the first hour, Chris. Other than that, this is a day trading strategy that we're using on the 3 minute time frame. Matt says instead of buying puts or SQQQ, if I wanted to short Qs, yeah, you could. It's just, again, your futures are leveraged, so you definitely got there's a lot. You have to have big stops, especially like look at how much NQ is moving. Like some of these daily candles are friggin' massive. If you have a $200 R, I mean, no, you can't do it. I mean, you can do minis if you want. Um, but I wouldn't like use them as swings. I would just day trade them. Plenty of money to be made day trading them as a hedge. So this one would technically qualify, but I don't think it's going to trigger because now it's looks like it's breaking down. Does that help, Chris? Looks like it does. So AMD does not qualify yet, but this looks like a short. In 14 minutes, all the restrictions are off. At least as far as which ones we can trade. Now I'm watching here. If we get a little pivot formed, like a higher low, that'd be nice. Netflix going 10%. Well, I mean, you probably barely even see that on the daily chart. It's down so heavy. It's only got 32% to go to close that gap. I think this is just some short covering. Whatever stuff with Ackman. Joe really wants to look at INDO. Indonesia Energy Corporation, some type of pump and dump, garbage penny stock. I don't trade those. Most people lose money on those things. Americans prefer to trade SPY over the SPX. Well, you cannot trade the SPX directly. You can't like buy shares of the SPX. It sounds like you're outside of the US. Maybe there's a CFD that you can use. Contracts for difference are not tradable in the United States. So SPY is the most common ETF that tracks the S&P 500, the actual index. You can trade options, but you can't, like, there's no shares to buy or anything like that. The SPY is really popular for that. VU, the Vanguard one. Those are probably the two biggest. So the SPY and the Q's trading into a little bit of resistance here. We'll see if we top out or not. Is Jeremy taking anything? I don't think so. Yeah, he's waiting too. Tesla is down 5%. I wonder. I wonder what kind of put sale premium is on this thing. Let me just go take a look. For like next Friday. Nah, I'm gonna wait. So Delta, I don't think this thing is going to. If we see a pivot here, I'll probably set this up, but it doesn't look like we're going to. I think we're setting up for some rollovers. Nancy says, can you give us a little background on why you joined RLT? Sure, Nancy. So I used to work for a big bank. Rhymes with Hells Wargo. And when I got laid off from them, I had a year severance package. And it was like a restructuring kind of thing when all their drama was going down. And I was like, you know what? Like, I did everything like right that I could have done. Like, I worked there 16 years, started as a teller. I was the area president for Southern Idaho and Eastern Oregon. And I'm never going to be put in a position where like some random person in, some HR thing, like, I don't know, in a boardroom in San Francisco, like, controls my destiny again. Like, that's not going to happen. So I'm like, I had already started, like, I was already trading a little bit. I was familiar with the market, obviously, from being in banking. And I found Jerremy and I sent him an email and he called me literally like that night. And I talked to him about, what I wanted to do. And I joined RLT and literally traded like every day for over 2 years before I really started to be, profitable enough. And luckily, again, like I didn't have a lot of bills, and I still had a salary for a whole year, so that really helps. Because you pretty much, I don't want to discourage anyone, but unless you have, it depends on your lifestyle. Unless you have over 100,000 in cash, like to trade with, you probably cannot trade for a living. You can definitely make some good money, but you probably cannot trade for a living. Like, you still need to have other income, and you want to have other sources of income anyways. Like, you never want to only rely on trading. So that way, if you have a bad couple weeks or a bad month, like, you're not stressed out. Um, and again, one of the things I love about RLT is that it's like, it's real. We show you our losses. I lose money all the time, but we also show you our wins too. And try to make it really easy. Like, again, a lot of the stuff is free. Like, here's the strategy. You don't ever have to come back. You could take this strategy, you can go apply it on your own if you want to. Now there's other strategies out there and there's a lot of other tools like to trade the market and do other things with. But that's what I really loved about RLT, and that's what I liked about banking too, is like trying to make finance easy for people versus like the industry as a whole tries to make it complex so that you just let someone else manage your money for you, I think. And you literally like are probably paying them 1% to just stick you in like SPY, you know. And 1% like fee of your total assets, like that can be a lot of money. Yeah, if you have 10 grand, it's not a whole lot, but if you have $1 million, that's pretty large. What pair is this? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by pair. This is like untradeable, man. The volume on this is horrible. On DLO, volume's terrible for a day trade. Swing trade, you probably do it. Volume's terrible for day trading. Close your AMD put sale. Would you buy a call leap? I'm not buying any calls or leaps. I do have a put sale down at 100. If you want to, if I wanted to buy some shares, I would probably do that. But I don't like buying leaps into like free falling patterns lower. So here's the thing, your leap, like, because the other thing that happens down here, when something is free falling like this, like the VIX is higher. So even though the leap has came down because of the delta, like you still have a lot of volatility baked in. And if it just goes like this and volatility comes down, what happens to your leap? It just gets crushed. Like, let it do this, and you can buy the leap here for maybe a little bit more, but like your performance is going to be like, it's going to be so much better. Yeah, it could go sideways for 5 months, and then you just ate up 5 months for nothing, worth of theta. Unless something is in like a strong bullish trend, and it has pullbacks, but AMD still has somewhat of a trend, but the strong trend is broken right now. The trend on the Qs, well, yeah, if you zoom out long enough, is bullish, but right now the trend is definitely bearish. We closed below the 20 on the weekly for the first time. For the first time in like since COVID crash. Sorry, I was choking on some water. But yeah, Nancy, the other thing too, like that trading like can work with your schedule. You don't have to sit in front of the computer 5-6 hours a day. If you can only trade the first hour, you can only trade the first hour. That's fine. You can make money doing that. Depending on your R size, you can make a lot of money doing it. If you have an R of $100, like, are you gonna make $5,000 a month? Probably not. But if you have an R of $100 and you got a $10,000 account, if you made 5R in a month, that's $500. That's a car payment. As you grow your account based on ticker symbol JOB. I think Jeremy's short Nvidia. Oh, limit sell. Shoot, I don't think he got filled on that. Yeah, he didn't get filled. If you are not scalping, does market trades really make sense? What do you mean market trades, Albert? Market open? Oh, like just blasting on the market open? An order, not waiting for anything to first 15 minutes. I mean, if you have some candles to lean on, but if you're just blasting an order at the market open, it better be a darn good gap. Otherwise, you're literally just gambling. Do you have a funding account? Your name, like in black? Can't see your name there, so I don't know who you are. But do I have a fund? We don't do funded accounts, no. It's like practically illegal in the United States. Futures can kind of get around that. There's like Top Step, but for equity accounts, it's very difficult. Like that's why TradeNet got shut down. The U.S. accounts. Yeah, so unfortunately, no like handles to get set up on our strategy here. We're just now reaching that hour for these other like AMD. I really like this, but it just didn't qualify yet. Fortunately. But I mean, I traded GE on the 1 minute chart the other day, Albert, on that gap down over here. I'll show you real quick. I traded GE here, by here, and got out right there. Entry, stop, and just exited into the pre-market low. But I guess you'd probably consider that scalping because it's on a 1 minute. And I just exited just right at that pre-market level. Yeah, Nvidia would have worked. Yep. So I was incorrect to think that there wasn't enough risk reward there. That would have triggered. Per the plan, like right here, I think that's where Jerremy tried to short the retest. It didn't retest for him. And you're gonna miss trades. It's totally, you can't trade everything. Like you miss out on billions of dollars every single day. There's no way you're gonna be able to take every single trade. But we didn't go long, right? Like we didn't get in long on Delta, so that's good. We didn't get long on the Nvidia. Yeah, Tesla. This is not a great reaction to, or arguably like they were good earnings. Again, there was nothing like earth shattering, like oh my gosh, just amazing, but it was good earnings, and it's down 7.5%. So it's gonna be a rough earnings season. Gonna be a rough earnings season. Microsoft, Satya Nadella like rallied that thing off the low, but it pretty much got shorted all day long. Shoals Technology. It's got a little bit of volume. They probably shorted it up here. Yeah, I don't know what this is, but this thing looks horrible. This looks like a Kathy Woodstock for sure. Looks like something she really likes. Come on, Slack. Growth has been rough. Yeah. Yep. Growth has been rough. Well, that was a fake out, huh? This rally the whole morning. At least we didn't go long on anything. We are at our hour, so now we can open it up to all of them, regardless of the gap. So that's good. That's nice. It's a nice. Apple has earnings tonight. They better do a darn good job. Tim Apple better bring the heat. Oh, Kathy loves buying stocks that are in just pure wrecking downtrends. Now, unfortunately, I got delta capped on my short position on ARC, and I closed it on Friday. I was looking to reload into the mid to low 80s, and it just never got there. Yeah, this fund is an absolute dumpster fire. An absolute dumpster fire. Let's see. Did this thing retest 230.75? I don't think it did. 230.11. Yeah, no. Darn. Yeah, so Jerremy tried to get the retest because he thought it was a little extended too. Darn. Hoping at least maybe he got it. Apple, no bull candle yet down there. Roblox is Roblox is looking rough. Come on, let's go trading view. You can do it. I believe in you. This isn't on our list, but kind of like Spy Short. I'm just gonna leave it on here to see if it would work. All the text is small. Yeah, sorry, Justin. We're streaming it through Zoom, so. But the we have our free week, so you can jump into Zoom if you want. Yeah, unfortunately, Zoom didn't really upgrade their platform during the whole COVID thing. That's why their stock has probably gotten wrecked. It should have been the premier streaming service. Like if I was just streaming to YouTube, I'd be using OBS and it would be looking a lot better. But unfortunately, it's streaming through Zoom, so I don't have any control over that. But if you want, you can go to our website and you can jump into the webinar in Zoom for free today and tomorrow. Yeah, it doesn't give me any control over like quality or anything. It's just, I guess we're lucky we can stream straight to YouTube from Zoom at all. So you would have had a little bit of a move in Square. I mean, clearly perfect into this resistance slash support from yesterday. Yeah, Zoom has just been absolutely destroyed. The all-time high is in for Zoom, like forever. I've never liked this stock. The product is fine, but I've never liked this stock. Stock is just ugh. Yeah, like if they would have integrated OBS, Justin, and some other things like just for better quality, and I mean they barely came out with NDI tools, and the interface is terrible. And it's yeah, they got all their growth in like 1 year, and it's done. Because now you got like StreamYard and Riverside and all these other companies that are like competing with them for all these other niches, and Zoom like could have done it all, and yeah, I don't know. I guess they just grew too fast. What is the Zoom link? You got to go to reallifetrading.com. Click on sign up for the free week. You don't have to put in your credit card or anything like that. And then you'll get a little dashboard that looks like a little X. You'll get a little dashboard that looks like this, and you'll have beginner room. And you can join us right on Zoom. There we go. So as of right now, we've missed most of the down moves, so we're probably gonna have to wait for a retrace, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. All the stocks on our list definitely much more extended than like the little dump we had in the markets, right? Like Tesla down 7% when the Q's only down are up a half. AMD, I wish I would have been able to short AMD there. Just didn't qualify yet. But if you could see why, look at how clean this support level was. You can see why I was looking bearish on AMD. Just didn't meet our strategy at the time. A lot of strong support here. It's where it's bounced before. Doesn't bounce there. You get a close below. Doesn't even retest. How many R's a month can a medium experienced trader make a month day trading only? If you make 2 to 3 R a month, that's pretty solid. I think that's realistic as someone is learning. Everyone's got a different R size. Generally, most people either start, depends on the size of their account. Most people start with like a 1% R. The higher and higher your account gets, it's probably going to be like a little less and less. You know, if you have a $500,000 account, you don't have to trade with a $5,000 R. Like a lot of people probably trade with a $1,000 R. If you have a $10,000 account, a lot of people are going to trade with like a $100 R. So 25,000, maybe you're trading with a $200, $250. The thing is, like 25,000 gets you over PDT, which is a really dumb regulatory rule that we have in the US. It limits you to 3. I think you go over 3, they start halting you, giving you warnings. Day trades within a rolling 5-day period. I think. I mean, it's been so long since I've been under that limit that I don't remember the exact details on it. Yeah, you're not gonna just start, Joseph, and then like, oh, I made 50R this month. Like that's probably not gonna happen. Like it'd be great. Sometimes it can, but yeah, it's a really dumb rule, Justin. Because then what happens is you have a lot of people that like will get in a trade and then it goes against them and they're like, I can't get out because if I get out, then it's a day trade and then I get frozen for PDT. So then they sit there and hold like a loser because of the PDT rule. It's the stupidest rule. That's what I see happen the most is people get into stuff and then they can't get out of it. I'm in the Mountain Standard Time Zone. I live in Boise, Idaho. Good old Mountain. It is 8:43 in the morning for me. Ooh, yeah, Roblox is really pooping its pants. Smurf turf go blue. Yeah, Smurf turf. Yeah, I lived in Arizona before, and I like both. Maybe one day I'll be a snowbird. Arizona in the winter, Boise in the summer. Like we'll get hot here, but definitely not like Arizona hot. Ooh, the summer, man, that would have been a trap. So Tesla's been selling off. We are into some support, right? We have this is a fib level right here, and we do have this prior support from Monday. So I'm actually looking for a potential reversal. What's the temperature now? It is 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I think Mexico has like 3 or 4 different time zones, doesn't it? At least 2. Yeah, we have traders from all over the world. Like we have a real life Australia team, UK. So got traders from everywhere. A lot of people in Spain recently. Johnny is runs our military team. He's in Hawaii. He wakes up at like 3 a.m. You'll hear him tomorrow here on YouTube. He wakes up at like 2 or 3 in the morning to trade. It is you have some serious like commitment to trade if you're in Hawaii because it is early, early, like that rough part of the early morning. I'm on Cabo time. Yep, just a nice balmy 27 degrees. At this point, we're definitely gonna need to wait for a little bit of reversal. Yeah, Jeremy didn't get filled on that retest. Ouch. Short spy at VWAP and retest the mm, no. I don't really like spy today. It's just a little tiny inside day candle. Yes, I would steer clear of spy. Some of these other things that are moving outside of the range. Like I think if Tesla puts in a potential double bottom in here and we get a bear candle closing above the 10, we could probably take it long. That one's probably the closest to triggering long. Nvidia, yeah, you guys are right. The short is up there. I think Greg had that one. And then Delta um, would have set up, but then like never filled, right? It never went higher than there. And then AMD, we just were not. We needed this breakdown to happen 15 minutes later because otherwise it didn't qualify. Apple didn't qualify in time. Same with Roblox. That's okay. We'll wait for another setup. I think there will be one at some point today. Are there advantages to the mentoring program versus beginning day trading? So the day trading room is just open like every day, like this. Um, the mentor groups are small groups, right? So it's like 8 weeks, 60 to 90 minutes of six or less people. So the mentor groups are much more like hands on. We try to make sure we answer everybody's questions and everything too, like versus like it I could just trade away and like not talk to any of you guys and then just hey, if you get it, great. If not, like whatever. But we try to help everybody kind of learn and like the how do I enter an order in my broker? We'll try to show you guys that because that's one thing almost no one teaches anyone how to do is how to enter enter orders into your broker, and that's kind of an important part. I need to learn trade Celsius. No, 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 no. Y'all need to switch to Fahrenheit. Where are you located, Justin? Are with the mate? Is it Australia, New Zealand, or UK? Will I repeat my AMD put? So I sold a put on AMD. I'm willing to own shares of AMD down at 100. That's like a swing slash longer term trade, Pam. And then for those of you in the Zoom chat, if you want to switch to everyone instead of hosts and panelists, that way other people can see your questions too, in case we have repeats of them. Yeah, and welcome, owner. Glad you're in North Carolina. I have family outside of Raleigh and Fuquay. You're in Bulgaria, but you are Australian. All right. Yeah, we have a whole group of traders from Australia. Sorry, my Ring doorbell just said there's a power outage. Well, not here, thankfully. Not at my house. So you're only watching a small handful of stocks. Is that how it always is? Not necessarily. We will also trade some gaps, but it from time to time we will switch up the strategies, like based on how the market is going, or like for this month. Like let's say we even if we still use the 10 EMA strategy next month, maybe we'll only do Apple, AMD, Tesla, Delta, and we'll like drop Roblox, drop Nvidia, and add two more in, kind of based on what's moving. Well, so it depends, but that doesn't mean that you can't use it. Like we looked earlier, the strategy worked on Halliburton. You can use it on other ones, and we'll look up for other folks too. But it's also just to help people learn how to follow a plan. Like that's the biggest thing, is rather than just winging it, it's like how do you follow your trading plan? So it's like, okay, we made a trading plan and we're all going to follow this. Because one of the biggest parts, I mean, there's all kinds of strategies you can use, but if you don't have a plan that you follow the same rules all the time, like your results are going to be very variable. You're in Las Vegas, Nevada. Yep. Yeah, Daniel, there is. Ross is down there. Joseph Legendary Musso, our local crypto expert, is down there. There's quite a. I think there's a handful in Vegas too. We need more up in Idaho. I'm like alone up here. There was one other trader in like Nampa, but I haven't seen him in a while. AMD taking out the hammer is no bueno. Yeah, it's not great. We haven't closed below here yet. But that's kind of why I like this like 98, 99, 100 area. This is that like old breakout level. A lot of support in here. If you're if in your own private Idaho, you think you've heard that one already. No, I haven't. The Boise area is like the housing market here is ridiculous. There's just so many people moving here. California, Washington, and Oregon. It's like everyone moving here. The housing market, like Boise and Austin, Texas, I think are two of the cities that have been just juiced so hard. How long do you suggest following along in the beginner day trading room before moving over? It depends on when you're comfortable. You can go back and forth. And we also switch off to Nancy. So, like, if you go to the website, we have like a little. Oh, I'm on RLT Australia for some reason. I don't know how that happened. But if you go, if you go to live trading, we have a schedule, so we kind of rotate. So people also follow like the moderator that they like. Generally, when Jeremy's on the mic, like most people are in there with Jeremy because he started the company, he's been with us the longest. Um, so I don't feel bad if more people are in there than hanging out with me. But if you like trading with Tony, you can come in and be like, okay, cool. Tony's in at 12 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna go over there. Tony's in this room at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm gonna go over there. Like you can switch back and forth. We purposely go a little bit slower in the beginner room. That's why like Wednesday for me, like I don't host the rooms, so I can just day trade like a wild man on Wednesday because no one. I don't have to be like alerting people and throwing a chart in Slack, and I can just get in and out as quickly as I want to. The afternoon rooms are recorded, Mark. The morning rooms are sometimes recorded, but not like the whole 5 hours, just because it would fill up our Zoom cloud. Yeah. Now Jeremy records himself quite often, and sometimes he'll send those recordings out. I do it from time to time because it is really this one thing I actually recommend to new traders is when you're trading, like recording yourself, and that way you can see what you're doing and hear what you're saying out loud, and then rewatching it back, and you can actually find opportunities to get better. Like, well, why did not I not enter there? I was nervous about X, Y, or Z. So Zoom chats are not seen here. Correct, Justin. Yeah. Like if I move the Zoom chat over, like Zoom, this is one cool. I'm not totally crapping on Zoom. Zoom, like you don't see my annotation bar and you don't see the chat pane, even if I drag it right in the middle of the screen. That is kind of cool with Zoom. Now, I happen to have like a second monitor over there, but Jeremy, like he'll leave his chat right in the middle. Right now we have 46 people in Zoom in this room and 50 on YouTube, and Jeremy probably has like 250 in the other room. Are the savings for the annual subscriptions only good during the free week? I think so, Nancy. I think so. I haven't asked Matt, but pretty sure, yeah. Usually that's how it is. We're not super sales pitchy, so I haven't even gone over the pitch really. Okay, let's see. So potential double bottom on Tesla. Let's see if we can get a bear candle back above the moving average. Again, they had decent earnings. It is not great longer term to see it down, but did trade into some support. So we could have a potential reversion to the mean. Is that Nancy Pelosi? I don't think so, Justin. I wish Nancy Pelosi was in our chat because she is a great trader. Jeremy said the sale's over Monday. Thank you, Jessica. There you go. So that's, I think, the closest one to triggering a reversal. Actually, maybe NVIDIA as well. You can see we traded into the support from yesterday. Delta. No trigger yet. Apple. I don't know if I even want to trade Apple today because it has earnings tonight. I think these are the closest. Probably Tesla. Is there a way to see her trade Nancy Pelosi's? No. I don't. Maybe if you donate a bunch of money to her, she'll show you. I'm not. I don't have that answer. Yeah, but it's so far after the fact that you can't follow it. Kind of like 13 Fs from like hedge funds. Like everyone's like, oh, Michael Burry, lost money. Like, not necessarily, because you didn't find out about his trades until like 45, 90 days later. He could have easily exited and still made money shorting Tesla and ARK and all that stuff. Someone's asking about AFRM. I'm not a fan of this one. Yeah, I get it if you're trying to buy the dip on this at this point because it's down so heavy. But yeah, it's not really the kind of market for this stock anymore. So I would wait for it to have like a multi-day reversal pattern or something. Otherwise, good luck. This is the one trying to replace FICO, right? This buy now, pay never. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in this on the way up, and I'm not in it on the way down. So I'm not gonna say like, oh yeah, I made all this money on it and then got out. I was never in it on the way up. Not a believer. Not in it on the way down. I don't like to trade a lot of like pump and dumpy type stuff. Well, I think of Riot. I think Riot's trash. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the miners at all. If you like Bitcoin, just buy Bitcoin. Like, why own Riot? And I'm pretty straight up. I'll tell you guys what I think about a stock. A lot of people like they want confirmation, like of so people ask like, oh, what do you think about this? Like, and they just want to hear. They're already in it, and they just want to hear like someone say it's going to go up. And if I think it looks like it's going to go up, I'll tell you, hey, it looks great. But if it looks like crap, I'm just going to tell you it looks like crap. Now that I'm not right all the time, can I tell you good things about Palantir? Not really, man. Not really. I mean, it's holding Monday's low. That's good. It hasn't broke that yet. I mean, as soon as this broke 20, I bought puts. I let the puts exercise and sell my shares. It broke a key level. It looks horrible. Maybe it bounces down here and then we can start playing it again. But yeah, it doesn't look great. Doesn't look great. Like, I don't know what else to say. And again, doesn't mean I'm right. Like, I could be wrong. That's fine. Let's see if this candle can close bearish. What is the pivot high low? That's just these little flags right here. It's probably hard to see on YouTube, but these little flags right here, it just flags like some of the pivots, so I don't have to hover over it. If you just search under indicators, that's exactly what it's called, pivot high low. All right, so I'm gonna get this ready just in case this does set up. We gotta wait for this candle to actually close though. Do you use trading unusual option activity? Absolutely not. And dark pools? No. Nope. Dark pools still get reported to the tape. That's all that matters. I don't really care what they get filled out over there. And unusual option activity, in my opinion, is worthless because you don't know what the activity is. Sometimes people are like, oh, look, someone bought all these calls. Well, it could be a giant hedge and they have a huge short position. Like, you don't really know. Potentially blazing. This needs to close bearish above the 10. So if it closes like right where it's at right now, then yeah. It'll be 1.2, 1.4R. Okay. Copy link to chart. I'm gonna throw this over in Slack. 876.05 by 860.75. Dan's taking the same thing. 876.05. Now I'm gonna give it a little slippage. I'm gonna give it like 5 cents of slippage. That seems kind of wide, huh? $16, but this thing is putting in massive candles, so we'll see. And if it just rolls down and poops its pants, then we won't get in. How are you hedging your $100 put sale? I don't need to hedge it. I'll just take the shares at 100 up in or U pen. Is this Yeah, this is volume right here. Yeah, I only sell puts on stocks I'm willing to own. So if I sold one put, I have to own 100 shares at 100. That's $10,000. But if I got like, let's say I got $3 for the put sale, and I really own it at like 97, right? So even if I get put at 99, like I'm still technically up right at that time. And then I use like a wheel strategy. If it closes below the 10, um, if it triggers a short, like a bull candle closing below the 10 gets taken out, or like takes out our stop, then I'll cancel. Can't see what time. It's a 3 minute chart. All the day trades are the 3 minute chart. Yeah, sorry if the YouTube quality is not very great. Again, it's blame Zoom. Um, if you want to jump in Zoom with us, you can. So my order is waiting. What are the criteria setting the stop? Well, it's below the 10 and it's below this pivot and the round number of 861. But mainly this pivot right there. And then for our target, we haven't gotten filled yet, but let's say just a clean 1.2 is probably, I'm guessing VWAP is like right in here. I don't know for sure, but turn it on. That's not particularly part of the strategy, but if I were to do this, for every $1 I risk, I can make $1.20. Where's the good old VWAPper? Yep. In there. So that's pretty much what we would be going with now. Probably just use 25, make it clean. Dan's doing it much tighter. He's putting his stop like right here. So I want to give it a little more room. That's all. Apple setting up as well. Yep. Oh wait, that's the VWAP. Let me turn the 10 on. You are correct. Technically, the first one is there, but yeah, I like that one a little bit better. Delta, NVIDIA. Is this trade going to work? I don't know. It hasn't triggered yet. Could it do this, trigger us in, and then poop its pants? Yes, it could. I don't know, but we'll see. We followed the strategy, and Tesla did trade into a support. So could it bounce off here? You know, it's relatively extended from the market. So kind of like that. Yeah, I primarily personally like the 5 minute chart. I'll use the 3 minute chart like the first hour, and then usually I use like a 5 minute chart after that. But this strategy that we're using is the 3 minute chart, so that's what I'm using right now. Um, there is credence to like a time multi time frame alignment. So like if I look at a 5 minute, you know, we didn't actually get a close above the 10, so it might not even fill. We could just roll off the 10, right? First touch of the 10 all day right there. So we could just roll off of it. But if we do get filled, are we taking out some bears on the 5 minute as well? The answer would be yes. I do like these 15 minute hammers. You know, if I say like, hey, to be traded into support on the hourly, I would think the answer is yes as well. Even a little bit higher. While we're waiting on this to trigger, though, I need to go use the restroom. So I will be right back in like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. So no trigger yet. If we roll down here, then yeah, at least we're not in. Intel. And Intel just, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of Intel, man. AMD is so much better. I know, Blazing, you're an AMD fan. I just like AMD better. Bad forward guy. I mean, they have bad everything. I get it. It's looked at like a little bit of a value stock, but hypothetical protection question. If I bought a stock at 100 and had 100 shares, it's now at 80, so down 2,000. If you can buy a put at 100 for this Friday for 1K, should I not let the shares get sold at my $100 price and only lose 1K versus stock? Uh, if the price is at 80, you can't buy a put at 100 for a 1K, because the put would have $20 worth of intrinsic value. It just, I don't see where you could ever do that. If the stock's at 80 and you want to buy a put at 100, it's at least going to be $20. Show me the option chain. Otherwise, I would tell me the option. I'll look it up, Matt. Otherwise, I would say no. It's just not going to happen. Where can you get the 10 EMA strategy PDF? Yeah, so go to your account. Like if you go to your RLT dashboard and 10 EMA strategy, it'll be under free resources. Once you click add, it puts it up here under my stuff. Please teach volume price analysis. I don't really think we're gonna have the time to do like a whole class on that. I only have 40 minutes left on the mic, but the volume profile. This is basically just volume via price versus time. Like this is time volume versus this is where the trades like are taking place. Like this red line, this is what's called the point of control. So this is where the most trades and volume have taken place. So like this right here, this area, if we were to move up through here, I would feel like we would move through here pretty quick because there's not a lot of volume in there. You have to get into like market auction theory. You can read some books on it and stuff. But ultimately, the thought is that this, the histogram really, will end up averaging out to some type of balanced bell curve. Now, it doesn't always have to do that in a particular day. Like this right now is what's called a double distribution pattern. But it looks to me like we are bottoming out down in here. Price is being accepted right in this area. We are below the point of control, so it's not like the most bullish thing. But until we start exploring price like down here, it looks like this area is being accepted. And I would expect that we could retrace back up into. That's why this target's a good area. There's a nice little high volume there. Yeah, Jeremy, one of Jeremy's best videos is the how to interpret volume. I think it's got like 250,000 views or something. But yeah, if an option has more intrinsic value than the option is pricing, like show me the option. I'll buy it like all day. Because that would be some type of mispricing via a market maker. Yeah, there's a lot of other intricacies on a cat. Hopefully, I pronounced your name right. But that's like the basics. If you want to become like a volume master, Tracy Ball, I don't think she has any mentor groups open right now, but when she does, as they keep sending me to RLT Australia. If you go to the mentoring groups, right now we got Thomas, Steven, and RT3 on there. I think I got one slot, and Dan, I think, is down to 5. But if Tracy Ball's on here, she is the volume profile master. She's the one who taught me. Tesla's overbought to the max. You could sell it off for 2 years and still not be close to the middle. I mean, they're trying to grow. I agree that the valuation is crazy, but Tesla's never traded on the valuation. I don't own any Tesla other than the Tesla that's in like SPY, right? And I have SPY positions. So I have index exposure. I don't own the stock individually. I think the valuation's crazy. It doesn't trade on that, and I'll still day trade and swing trade it either way, short and long. Um, so things can things can stay. The market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. Kathy Wood's learning that right now. Yes, my name is Robert Falco. But Tesla's trying to grow into their valuation. I think that's why you're not seeing a lot of movement on earnings. Like to the bull, even though they crushed it, it's like there's so much priced in. You know, there is so much priced in. Tesla's a bubble. Maybe it might be. It might be. It's held up a lot better than I thought it would. And I still think like every really large. I mean, heck, Amazon I think has had a 10% drawdown every year for like the last 15 years, or I don't know, something crazy like that. It's drawn down as much as 90%. Tesla over here had a 40 something percent drawdown, even like when it first got going over here. This drawdown was 60%. Could Tesla pull back 50% into 600? Yeah, easily. It could pull back down into here. Is it going to? I have no idea. Um, I don't know. I'll tell you right now, though, if we close below this hammer within like a couple days, like that's not good for the bulls. But yeah, currently I have no position on the Tesla machine other than I own SPY, and SPY has some Tesla in it. This does not look like it's going to fill. Just out of curiosity, where is the 20? Okay, we need back above the 20. We do have a nice little pennant pattern in here though, forming. Let's just go take a look at some others. Put it back on just the 10 to make it easy for us. Here's another potential trigger on NVIDIA. Probably would go like that. It's going to be a limit actually now. If you wanted to take this short, that's $2.22. Delta also has a trigger short right here. AMD has a trigger that just broke short. Apple technically has a trigger short. I really don't like shorting Apple though. It's one of like the hardest stocks to short in the entire market. Roblox doesn't have a trigger yet. Yeah, okay. So this is a this is a bearish trigger there, so we're gonna go ahead and cancel. So cancel Tesla day trade. So good no trigger. And if someone wanted to, they would be going short like that. I think we're a little too close to the support. I'm not going to do that, but Juan says when does my AMD sold put expire? February, regular February. That's what, February 18th, I think. Let's go check. Yeah, February 18th. Why did I choose 100? Because I'm comfortable owning shares there. I would like to restart a position on AMD there. I don't currently have any AMD. And I wouldn't mind owning some shares there. And it's a very strong support. So here you have like this 99. There's this, I mean, look at this Fibonacci extension. And I use this Fibonacci extension to help me exit earlier over here. Like I drew this Fibonacci extension to help me exit into this 117 area. So it's like I would buy, you know, basically off of here. I got like $3, I think, $3.20, something like that, for that put sale. Yeah, I agree, Justin. It's just never traded like that. Is there a single Slack channel for RLT? There is multiple channels. So this is our Slack channel. So we have like the regular one. It's kind of like general futures, crypto, back trading. We have a whole channel that just AMD ATM machines, algos, option strategies. Here's where we post the trades that the moderators take. Futures, RLT, Australia, UK. Yeah, so there's multiple channels. What's up, Brian? Is that Brian T? Roblo is freaking pretty. Oh, I should probably cancel. Okay, I should probably cancel Tesla on my broker. I did click cancel on my broker. What if AMD drops to say 90 and you are put shares at 100? Well, I would probably end up buying protection earlier than that. So, like, let's say that we come down. Let's do this. Let's just hide all of this. Let's say we trade down into like this level. There's going to be some type of bounce off of this level. Would you agree or disagree that it would at least try to bounce down here somewhere? Agree. Okay. So if it tries to bounce off of here, and let's say like, let's just pretend that like this candle came in right here. And we're getting, let's say all this price action happens like, so something like this happens right down here. And we close below that candle, I'm buying puts. And if AMD just careens lower, and I have to sell for a loss. I'll sell for a loss, but I'll sell for a smaller loss than what I would have if I was just holding it. I'll let's say like PLTR, right? So PLTR, I said, hey, if we close below 20, like I'm buying puts. So we closed below 20. I bought puts. It never recovered. And Friday, what day was that? Over here, the 21st, my shares all sold at 20. Did I take about a $2 loss on all the shares? Yes. But is that better than a $10 loss or $9 loss or whatever it would have been? Like, heck yeah. A lot better. Can you get Blazing says you can get exercise early? Yes, it's only ever happened to me on the Wednesday before expiration. That did happen to me on Square. So I had sold puts on Square over here during the crash of COVID. I had $60 puts, and on this day right here, on March 16th, I was put 300 shares of Square 2 days early, or 3 days early, or whatever it was. Otherwise, early exercise doesn't really happen too often, other than 2 days before. If you want to figure out why, you can go study the Black Scholes or the Berjunction Steinsland option pricing model and figure all that stuff out. CR0 says, hey, should I close my NVIDIA short? I do think NVIDIA is trading into a support zone. So depending on where you got short, I would personally be covering some, if not all of it, right into here. Do you want to buy low? So since you're short, you have to buy to get out, right? So there's support right there. There's some pivots in here. Those wicks, this pivot point. So yeah, I'd probably be covering my short. That's why I didn't take this. I just don't really think the risk reward is all that great. Roblox going to zero. I don't think it's going to zero, but it could go lower for sure. Matt says, if I wanted shares on AMD at 85, could I just do the 85.80? Yes. Yep, you can do that. I have that actually on JP Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan. So I sold a 145 put and bought a 135 put. So it's technically a bull put spread with the intention of I will get put the shares at 145 and I will sell the 135 for a gain to help lower my dollar cost average even more. Yes, you can do that. And in the meantime, it caps your margin. So far, yeah, we haven't closed below here yet. We will see. Good point, Brody. If we don't close down there, could be a little trap. Did this close above? No, 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 no. Yeah, so nothing closed above. How do you draw Fibonacci's? I draw them from when price changes. So like this Roblox, this helped me create the target up here at 140. Hector played it like an absolute boss. I think he literally sold right there. But I basically just took this is the impulse move of where the initial wave starts to the retrace, and that's a Fibonacci extension. So like, give me a stock, you pen, and I'll show you how I would draw a fib. The VIX isn't a stock. I hate the VIX. CRM. Man, I already got one on CRM. Actually, it looks like it's It's been moved. Let me just delete it. All right, TTD, you've been asked. So, okay, so if I was to look at a Fibonacci extension on this, I would probably draw it here. This is where price action changed. There, that's a retrace level, and this would have helped me like pick some targets. Kind of weird how that 1272 lines up. I personally like the 618s, the ones, and the 1618s. That's how I would draw a Fibonacci extension to help pick targets. Now, once we start breaking it down and that trend changes, kind of like invalidates being able to use it. If I want, so right now, like if I want to try and determine where the heck do I get long on TTD, my first inclination would be like go to the weekly and draw a retrace like this. Boom, boom. And it failed the 618. So I'm going to say that this is, these fib levels have been violated. So I probably need to come down to here. And I would say 52.29. So this is where price action changed. And the big move happened. Low to high. Here's the retrace level. I would look to buy in here. Sorry, right here. The 618. I like the 618. Some people like 50% retraces as well. The fib levels are obviously used via math. How you draw them is a little more art form. Not everyone's going to draw them the same. The impulse wave is generally like the 1, 2 for Elliott wave theory. Like that's where like direction changes. Like AMDs are really good. Let me just come in here. I don't really want to mess with that one. A good old 1, 2 buckle my shoe. Yeah. I don't know. Bank of America. So like I would call this is like an island reversal down here. I would call this a an impulse move right there to there. Maybe here. That's okay too. Now that we have that one, I might draw it like that. Depends on your time frame too. Like if you're on a weekly or a daily or yeah, they're a little more art form. JP, that's pivot high and low. It's just indicators and then pivot HL. Pivots high and low. So Tesla, is it trying to trigger? Trying to trigger another one potentially. It's a 5-minute. What's the high of this? 93. This looks okay. Dan's already entering this, so Dan pretty much has this set up. I'm not going to double up on him. I was just about to draw a similar trade. won't double up on you. So, but if you like it, this is how you would go. I'm just not going to do it twice because Dan's pretty much already entering the same exact thing. Where do you get the EMA? So you just come into indicators and search for a moving average. So like it adds a moving average. Like let's say this one right here. And then you click on the little the gear, and then if you want to use the 69 EMA, you can do that. You can change it to yellow. I don't know, fuchsia, like whatever color you want. Pick this nice little pretty teal. Boom, 69 EMA. Go. All moving averages work, just not all the time. But moving averages, like they work because other people use them. Yeah, I do like this trade. I'm just not going to double up on Dan's trade. I feel like I got the other one in first, but 875.80. I would have done the limit buy right off of there, or stop limit. And then what's his? . 863.15. So mine's a little bit lower. Pretty much the same. But I'm not gonna double up on it to just confuse everyone. He canceled, then he did another one. Yeah, he did. He did another one right here. He didn't post the chart. I don't know why, but just looks like a double bottom on a larger time frame. Now I am in the trade personally. I'm just not like gonna double up the trade on the official journal. He's high on life, Brody. It's like all of us. A moving average is not. Sorry, I use EMA. We use the EMAs in intraday, or the shorter term. You can use whatever one you want. We're just using the EMA. So look for exponential. Moving average exponential. That one. On the daily, for the longer term, I do like the 100 and 200, just regular moving average instead of the expos. But that's how I started trading. I learned with the exponentials, and so that's how I left it. They move a little bit faster than a regular one, but I don't use the long terms intraday anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Whatever like 1.2 is, hooks you on. Long, boom, boom. Like right in there. I think that's pretty much what Dan put in for his. He put 890.98. So yeah, no reason for me to like post another trade that's pretty much the exact same. So Apple, a little choppy on Apple. Yeah, see, I don't like to short Apple. Roblox might be triggering along right here. So if you like Roblox, what kind of move is being priced into Apple? It's probably not that big for earnings. $7 up or down, or yeah, $7 total. So 350 up or down. $7 expected move. Yeah, not very much. Input length of the EMA is 10. Yes. Yeah. Inputs length 10, so that means 10 candles, like the prior 10 candles. And then I use the close. If you have like high low close or something, it's going to be off by like a couple pennies of what you see us doing, but nothing's like right or wrong. Moving averages are all kind of, they work because other people use them. You could use any moving average and find instances where it works. It was the first touch of the 20, so I would expect a little bit of a failure there, and then hopefully some follow through. Lam Research, I'm just going to delete that off my list to watch. Intel, maybe you got a little bit of a move on this, but nothing super exciting. It's traded right down in that support zone. Square, it doesn't look great, but it is still holding Monday's low, so it did fill this gap over here. This retest gap never filled back in June of last year, or actually June of 20. So this is 2 years ago. So it did finally. Oh no, it still hasn't filled that. It filled this one from July of 20. Yeah, this little retest gap right there. So a lot of times these gaps fill, even if it takes a couple years. Check out Netflix. Netflix, I mean, it was up a little more earlier. Sold and then bounced. If I would have played Netflix, I think it would have been around here. This consolidation, I don't think I would have played this. That's a 10 EMA trigger right there. Problem is, like, maybe your stop would have been here. I don't know. I feel like it would have been kind of a wide stop. Would I buy more Square down here? I mean, it's up to you. If you like Square, like, obviously I have a put sale at 100, so willing to buy some there. This was the huge like alert zone on SQ that broke down, and I had that put at 125. I was able to exit for a small gain, resell the 100. I sold an $80 put on this day. I bought that to close yesterday. I took the gains from that and I bought 2 shares of Square yesterday. So I guess technically I would say yes because I did buy 2 shares of Square with the gain from that little quick put sale. So I do like Square. I don't like the block name change. I think that's really dumb. 100's a big round number, but there's more support at 88, 84 to 88. As much as I hate to say that, but I don't have enough shares to really make that worth it. That so no. It's only one, so no. I'm not really worried about it. That's in my longer term account, and I made so much. Did I sell at the exact top? No, but again, I got put 300 shares at 60, and I think I sold most of those right before 200. I wasn't really in Square. I had a little position down in here that I just stopped out of. So I didn't really play Square very much other than trading through all of this. But I feel like I have a ton of profit built into Square here, so like I have some room for this to like pull back through. But yeah, I think he is. He has a lot of puts though. Um, yeah, Twitter looks like an absolute disaster. Like Roku, I was in Roku too, but it's like they had a couple bad earnings. As soon as they broke down over here, I was out. I was very vocal that I was out and short the heck out of Roku. And Yates called it out on this day as well. He said like, "Hey, we definitely should not take that candle out." We took it out literally the very next day. It broke the trend line. So it broke the trend line, retested it, broke down, retested again. Even if you weren't out yet, I mean, right here, this is just an absolute poo fest. And yeah, Roku's been a disaster ever since. Like the trend is your friend until it bends and breaks, and then you just get punched in the face like a million times. People got a chance to get out right here. What do you notice in this rip? And I know some of this is hindsight, but when you see it again and you're in a stock, like this will help you. What do you notice about this rip? Right into this old resistance. Immediately got rejected hard. Like that's telling you like no, get out of it. you know? Long term buy, I'm not touching Roku. I'm not touching Roku at all. Part of it's like their earnings haven't been really good, too. Their guidance has been poor. If you like Roku, you love Fubo. Blazing's trying to trigger me. Fubar, all this has done is Fubar your portfolio. Never been a fan of Fubar. If for some reason I was in this thing and like I was hoping that this candle was gonna be the one, yeah, when this candle comes in the next day, I'm exiting. Or you're just like, you're probably shorting the rip because I was already out. But the one that I did play, well, isn't exactly perfect, but this is a good example of it. If I would have done it really good, I would have bought longer duration. But space right here, when it was ripping on earnings, I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And it traded right into here. I bought puts. Now I only bought puts that expired in December, so unfortunately I had to close those. It was a gain, but it's like that's a really good example of like the stock's in a crazy downtrend, and it gives people a rip to try to get out of, what are all those people thinking? They're like, just give me my money back or let me get a little bit of my money back so it's not as big of a loss. It's been bleeding for months. Usually 30 to 45 days. Usually. I did buy that leap put on ARC. That was one of the only times in recent memory that I can remember buying leap puts. And I mean, I thought this was going to grind lower. I didn't think it was going to crash that fast. You guys, if you've watched any of the YouTube videos, you all know that I've been bearish on this thing for a very long time. But yeah, that was one of the first times I bought leap puts. All right, Tesla needs a new high very, very quickly. Has Dan moved to stop yet? I don't think so. 3, 6, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Plan says we got to wait 21 minutes. If trade begins to lose within the first 15 minutes of taking it, you're able to exit for a gain afterwards. You can. So it didn't start losing immediately, but it's not working super well. So it's probably not going to be a ripper of a trade. If this thing was going to rip, it was probably going to rip right here. Like this is your double bottom, little neckline retest, and then something like that. But it needs it soon if it's going to be pretty good. If not, it might end up just being a very small win, or we'll have to trail our stop up and then take a small L. AMD rolled back down. What's up, Tony?
Robert, what's up, man?
I was living the dream. Dan and I are like, we pretty much posted the same trade like at the exact same time over here. So I left it and I went to go post this one and he had already posted it. So I'm like, I'm just going to take it with Dan, but I'm not going to double up on him.
Yeah. Man,
So
you guys are just
I think we
lockstep
need,
today.
I think we need a new high very, very soon here on this
Yeah.
new relative high. Otherwise, like Nvidia was the only one that qualified this morning. I think right here. But I
Hmm.
felt like it was kind of into some strong support, and the risk reward wasn't good. Evidently, I was wrong. So,
Well, it's still a smart move, though, because I think in the long run, that thinking pays off for sure.
and then AMD, I wanted to short here. It just didn't
Hmm.
qualify.
Yeah.
Like once this candle came in and we started rolling over, like as this is coming in, I'm like, oh, I want to short so bad. But yeah, just we needed to wait an hour, so we weren't quite there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been it, though. I
Yeah.
agree.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Hey.
I'm following Dan's lead on Tesla.
All right.
So we'll see. I just didn't want to double it up in the journal.
Yeah.
But I think if people are following, they're probably in this as well. I'm not sure if the YouTube stream is going to cancel once you become the host or not, but we are still live on YouTube, so we'll see. If you guys get disconnected on YouTube, again, you can always come to the website, register for the free room, click on beginner room AM, and you will be in Zoom with us. Otherwise, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pollock to guide us the next couple hours.
Awesome, man. Sweet. Well, I'll see if I want to follow some dance more as well. If he posted, I'll just might as well. He's seeing it. So you back with, man. Thank you. Have a great day. What's up, my friends? Let me get this screen share turned on. We'll see if this cuts out. If Falco changes it over to me. If it does, there's a chance I can restart it, or like Falco said, just go ahead and jump on in reallifetrading.com, sign up for the free week. It'll pop right up as soon as you open the website. Type in your email address. It doesn't cost anything. And then go and jump in the room with us, beginner's room. Cool. Maybe it'll stay alive and we can just stay here. So it looks good. Yeah, we'll see what happens if you leave or anything like that. But maybe I can take on over. Let me get caught up in the chat pane. Man, what a warm welcome. Brody starts it off with roar. I love it. I love it, man. Gregor, what's up? My homie. He's out of the cage, folks. You guys are hilarious. If you guys don't get it, my name's Tony. So nickname is Tony the Tiger. Yeah, I need to jump on there. Michael says, can we make sure it's recorded? It should be recorded on YouTube right now. Yeah, that's smart. I don't know why we haven't been streaming this thing. I should have been streaming that thing yesterday, but you guys did a great job of getting me on a nice long rant. I mean, sometimes I feel like it's people's goal every day to just get me ranting on the market. So if you missed it, you missed it, because unfortunately I thought it was still recording and it cut out and you had to be here. I mean, sometimes it pays off just to be here live, put the time in, right? But let's see who can get me on a rant today. Let's see who can do it. I need to figure out how I can pull up this live stream here. Maybe I could do this, copy the streaming link. Maybe I can do that here. Let me get this thing rolling and we'll jump into some trades. You had to be here. I mean, there we go. All right. So got that up. I've got the chat pane up on YouTube now. We got a good crowd out in YouTube too. That's awesome. Sweet. Okay. Let's figure out what we got. So YouTube, if you want to get me on a rant, start asking some questions. See what you've got. I'll keep both these chat panes up in front of me. With Tesla, it makes sense for a bounce, right? Tesla's down 7%. This is a very weak close below that inside candle, especially because the bulls got in yesterday. Yesterday with the gaps, it looked really bullish. Fed came out, rampaged, hit a resistance, and then died. Everything died faster than I could hit the buy button on puts. So, yeah, it's now falling back down. We're down 7%. We're into the 200. That's exactly where we bounced a couple days back off that hammer. So the question is, do we get any buyers coming in? I don't know. We'll find out. Just get him ranting, folks. Oh, that's great. Let's do it. I love a good rant, but I never know what to talk about till someone just asks a question. Is like, let's dive into this. Oh man. I don't know how far behind I am at on the chat pane on YouTube. So let me see here. All right. CR0. So should I close my NVIDIA short out now? Falco, have you already answered that? Let me know. I'm looking at this move here on Tesla. Really, we need to hold this support. I mean, if we get back down into here, that's going to give us a good sign of how much of a bounce is already coming in. Okay, good. You've already answered that. Sweet. If we don't really bounce out of here, doesn't mean we're not going to. It just kind of shows its hand of how strong we're going to be, right? We could easily reverse and go. There's no absolutes in the market, but Cristobal, I've been great, my friend. How have you been? Enjoying this free week. A good time. I do love this trap, but we need some follow through. Let's get rolling. So I'm going to start peeking on Tesla here on a 15-minute. We haven't quite worked our way back to the 10. We're getting close. I do love the volume that's coming in off of that candle. Nice higher low. Let's see if it keeps on flagging and if it'll break down or not, or it makes sense for us to retest. Let me go back to a daily. This is what I see, at least. I think 886.50 is extremely doable today. I need to change this up. Sorry. Had that setting up some spreads possibly. So this blue line here is where I honestly think Tesla can get to. Where does that sit? Yeah, this makes sense. It could do that. One of my favorite entries, by the way, is a hammer inside candle. And that's what I got right there. That is good stuff. So if we break out above that, it should be very strong. Back down below the EMA on that bear candle, a break above that would be awesome. That's not the 10 EMA strategy, so I'm not going to be taking that trade, but you don't want to break down below that, though. That would be a cancel on this. Needs to get some strength, right? Because if you think about this, we broke below it. So that would be a cancel. I wouldn't be taking that trade. In the areas where we just get crushed lower, when it hits a strong support or it hits an area people are paying attention to. So this 200, look at the buying that came in. Now, that was a crazy day too. The markets did the same thing, but that's the type of buying you would expect to see if the bulls are actually going to hold a support. We're really far down. We're down 7.5% almost at one point today, right? We're down just over 7% now. We're pulling back into that same 200. You would want to see some good volume, and you'd want to see the bulls actually reverse this pretty decent. So if I expect that, trading is all about what do we expect and then what happens. Whenever the unexpected happens or the expected breaks, that's when the big moves tend to come. That's the type of moves I like to day trade. So we did get our volume. There's no doubt about that. We hit our volume in this area where we should bounce. We started to climb. We had one trap, and then we started to go again. I'm looking at a 3-minute here. We were on a 5 earlier. And it's not quite playing out. Where is my cutoff? Like, where is my spot where I go, okay, it's not doing what we wanted it to do. That's what I'm still trying to figure out. If I wanted to be patient, my stop would still be down here. If I want to be somewhat cautious, my stop would be below that pivot there. But I would really want, if we fought this hard to get up above those EMAs, especially because the 20 was holding us down previously, we should stay there. And it doesn't look like it's going to do it quite yet. I am still waiting on a close below this. We might not get that still. We could still bounce out of here, but yeah. Not quite the bounce you would want. You're out. Stopped out at 869.60. 960. Just to see, that was just below that candle there. Okay. Falco's out as well. I kind of agree. I feel like this is where it needed to go, right? The markets did the same thing to me yesterday. You have a clear spot of, if we're going to go bullish, this is where it's going to happen. So what should happen? The bulls hold this. When it doesn't happen, that's normally when people are trying to take advantage of it. The shorts are getting in now. The problem with this too is that you're very choppy. So could this just reverse and then stop all the shorts back out? Yeah, totally. I'm not a huge fan of shorting after this big of a move down, but if you can get the right risk reward, it does make sense. A flip on this wouldn't be the worst idea. I would wait to see how this closes, though. I would want a very weak close and then a retest. Possibly grab a retest in there with your stop back up above 874 and a target into the low of the day. I think that's doable for 1R. It looks like we're going to get that. Again, when the expected doesn't happen, you usually will get that big move. That's what I'm looking for. Everyone's expecting it to bounce and then it doesn't. So if I go back to the SPY yesterday, this was it right here, right? Let me go back to a little bar replay. Okay. So yesterday I was actually on a phone call. I was in a meeting real quick. And so I missed this entry. I was looking at this while I was on a phone call and I went away for 10 minutes and I showed up when this candle came in and I'm like, no, because I wanted a reversal because this gap was awesome. And that was my setup right here. This high wave candle, the bear high wave candle is it. Boom. That would have been my 2R target done. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to put an alert back here in case we retest this. I'm thinking about getting back in. So when it came down and an alert went off, I bought this thing and thinking the same thing, right? The bulls have to bounce here. If we're going to bounce, this is where it's going to happen. So I bought this down here simply because that's what was my alert. I bought options, some call options that expired that day. It was Wednesday. And fast forwarding it, it looks really good. So now I was able to say, all right, if we break this, my stop was down here. If we break this, I'm going to sell some calls against my long calls that again expire that day. And it was up at my target, which was 444. And we broke lower, right? So again, that tells me I haven't been stopped out yet. So I don't necessarily want to get out, but it should have bounced right here. So when it doesn't do that, it's usually followed by a big move lower. So I sold some calls at my target 444. That way, if it does bounce, I'm delta capped at where I was going to get out anyways. And if it decides to go lower, I'm going to be able to lose very small on this because this short call is making money on the way down. And sure enough, it kept on dying. So it came straight back down. I went ahead and got out of everything. I think I was risking $1,000 on that trade. I lost $120. So that was what I was planning on doing. And you buy it where it should bounce and then you wait to see if it bounces. And then your only goal is let's just try to lose small if you're losing, right? Goal number 1, lose small. Goal number 2, let's see if it'll make some money. But if you can lose small and you're losing trades, odds are you're going to be a profitable trader in the long run. So that was the same thing, right? This is where it should have bounced. And when it didn't happen, that gave me the sentiment for the rest of the day. I was not going bullish for the rest of the day because, and even here, it's like, well, dang, maybe we do start to bounce. But remembered this, if we were going to really trend, that's where it was going to happen. And it didn't. The big move came when the expected was broken. When the expected didn't happen, that's normally a big move. I could have flipped on that. I should have, but I was still on that call, so I didn't. And it just kind of was a chop fest the entire day. This was PAL, so wasn't anything too special. I didn't trade that. But that break here told me how strong the bulls would be up in this area. We have a weekly support here, or resistance now. It used to be support. I've had that line on there for a long time. And so speaking of this, the whole reason I bring this up is because now I'm talking about Tesla. Where should Tesla have bounced? This should have been it right here. You had the volume spike. You had the hammer. In my opinion, this is kind of where it needed to go. There's a reason why Falco got out. There's a reason why other people got out when we broke that. It was because it should have, right? Yeah, Tony, you lost 0.5 R's. That's perfect. If you're going to lose small. My friends, you're going to lose on half the trades you take. Get used to losing. Losing is part of the game. Losing does not mean you are a loser. Loser does not mean you are a failure. You're only a failure if you break your trading plan. That's it. You have no control whether or not a trade loses. The things you do have control over, do you follow your trading plan? Follow the plan, lose small. Because again, this was the rant we were on yesterday, right? It's not just about learning the strategy. It's about learning the game. If you can learn the game of trading then you can apply any strategy to it and be successful as long as it's a profitable strategy, right? So if you want to learn the game, don't hate the player, hate the game. If you know how to trade, if you've been doing this for years and you're still struggling, it's because you don't know how to play the game. And the game, without the knowledge of how to play the game, that's usually when all the emotions come up. And that's when you don't trust anything. That's when you're moving your stops too quick. That's when you're not following your trading plan perfectly because you don't understand. You're living and dying off of one trade when you should be viewing it as a group of 100 trades, right? Who cares about this trade? This trade is not going to make me on a win and it's not going to break me on a loss. If it is, you're putting way too much money on there. Rob says, if you shorted, where would your target be? Right here. Boom. We talked about that earlier. If we're going to flip, this is probably where it's going to go to. That'd be target 1. Lots of bear candles in a row, a little bit of volume building, bounce, lower the stop down, and let's try for, I would say a low of the day break would be my final target. Yeah. Low of the day break. Just lower would be my second target, but this is where my 1 hour would want to be. Boom. There we go. Just saw your message. Yep. Low of the day. That's exactly what I'm planning on. These big moves tend to happen when the should doesn't. Let me check out YouTube's chat real quick. Global 365 says, just came in. What EMAs are you using? I've got the 10, 20, 50, 100, 200. There is no magic behind that. It's just what I've always, it's what I've always had on my chart. It's not like this is the reason why I am a profitable trader is because I put the 50, 200, and 100 on my screen. No, it's not that. It's not that. I do use them to help me become profitable, but they're not the reason I'm profitable. Wow, Tesla still can't bounce. I'm expecting a trap coming in here soon. If we start getting below this pivot on all of these bear candles, if you wanted to scout with options, this is where you're buying calls. And if you lose, you lose. That's part of it again, right? But it makes a lot of sense to trap this support after all of these bear candles. Meaning at some point, I think it's going to bounce and then I get out right up into there for a pretty good win with options. So now with that candle, that's a strong close below it. That would tell you right away, not going to win. So I would kick my stop to there on that scalp and then just slowly trail that thing back up. And I'm trying to get a target up around the 10 EMA. FLWS short. $15 stock. If they even have shorts to borrow. Let's check it out on a daily real fast and get an idea of where to go. Man, what a gap down. 26% down. You are coming into a little resistance up in here. There's some validity behind that short. Where I would say it's probably somewhere in there. We touched that. Where's the volume at on a 3 minute? That's my next thing. I would want to see a lot of volume up here. This range needs to have a lot of volume. So far, my volume's down here at these lows. What kind of volume happened here at this high? Did we get some? Well, we got some. It wasn't amazing, but we did get some volume. So that's good. People are thinking about this resistance as well. So Falco's went ahead and get out here. Perfect flip on Tesla. Making back what they lost. Professional trader right there. Everything I know is because Robert taught me. That's everything I know. I am who I am. It's Falco taught me. Hardly. Hey, man. Hey, no one on YouTube can see this chat pane. So that's the truth. All right. Everyone in Zoom was like, whatever. Let's see what people are going. I got quite a few questions here. I need to finish this thought. You could short this. It's hard to short something that's already down 26%. I feel like if it was going to go lower again, this is where it needed to happen. When it reversed back out of here, you have your big volume coming down, trapping some bulls there, hitting some support. Clearly, I have to go back on a daily or weekly and see what kind of support there was. Started to roll back up and bounce. So to me, like if we were going to go a lot lower, trend lower, that's where it would have happened. We reversed out of here, squeezed the bears out. We've been making higher lows. I would pay attention to 1520 if you wanted to short that. Not that I'm saying short it there because that's too late in my opinion. But if I was going to short this, it would need to be up in this range. Maybe one more high into the CMA. That could be pretty cool. I would consider that. I don't know if we're going to get that bounce, but you'd want to short as high as possible on this if you're going to, and I would go find an easier trade. This trade is going to be tough and choppy. It's hard to grab a lower move after it's already down 27%. That's just me. But it's nice that you're doing it after a bounce. It's possible. Everything you can make money on all of these. I think more in trades of 100, right? Out of 100 trades of me doing this, what are the probabilities I'm profitable compared to just this one? So that's what kind of keeps me out of a lot of trades. Needs to be right in my ballpark. Haley, what's up? What's your take on the market direction after the Fed meeting? Yeah, I'll throw my 2 cents at it. I think it's pretty common with everyone else as well. SPY's dumping off. When we pulled back, we all expected a bounce back up. That's why I sold a lot of bull put spreads on this day. Paid for my entire month. I don't even have to trade anymore this month. Done. Not that there's any more days left in this month, but I could be done trading for 3 weeks. Sold enough spreads on that day. That was just perfect. I know, Falco, you got some naked puts out on that thing too. It was just a great day for selling options. We expected a bounce. We didn't really get that much of a bounce. I think we could still possibly go back up to 450-ish and then roll down. Would not shock me. And I say that because of how oversold we still are on a daily. And the weekly is really far from the 10 EMA for us to keep crushing down. I feel like this week we'll probably try to stay as a high wave candle. Next week is going to be a little inside-ish. Possibly poke our head up above the high of last week's candle, and then we roll down. I'm waiting for a new high above last week's candle. So anything above 445, I'm buying puts personally. That's what I'm waiting on. Will it get that high? I have no idea. This is weak, and there's a chance we just fall off the map next week. So, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. That's what I'm planning on. This is how I'm planning on trading it. I want a little bit more of a bounce before I'm going to be buying puts. I was in puts. I bought puts on this day. I didn't buy it at the high. I bought it somewhere like 473-ish, I think, area. I lost on those puts for about a week and a half. And then that day came in. And there might be something to this. Pulled down. I sold puts against it, bounced, bought them back. And then it died. And I got out of those on Friday. Right here. And I didn't get out at the end. I got out, I think, at this neckline. It was right here, 472, 473 area. Made a killing on those puts. And then the next Monday gapped down and ran lower. And I was like, oh, I could have made a fortune. But so I'm not in puts anymore. I'm waiting to get back in on this bounce. I could have just sold puts again against this. That would have been an easy outcome, right? And let it bounce, buy those things back. I'm still in the puts and then roll down, maybe add to them with the money I get there. That could have been an option, but I was within about a month and a half of expiration on those. And this could have been the bounce, right? We don't know. At the moment, I don't think it is, but I took my massive gains. If we get a little rotation back up, now that I have more sentiment of how we're not bouncing off of that candle, if we were going to V-bottom, we'd V-bottom, right? Now I'm fully expecting at least a double bottom where we bounce and then come back down and then we see what happens. But I'm buying more puts up here. I'm going to buy them 2-3 months out. That's how I always do it. Yeah, Matt, perfect. Right on cue. How many months out do you purchase those? 2 to 3 months out. I always buy it about 2 or 3 times longer than I think it's going to take. So if I think this move happens in 1 more month, I'm going to buy it 3 months out, because you're asking yourself to be perfect on the time frame if you give yourself the exact time slot, right? If you buy these puts 3 weeks out, you better be right, because if it decides to chop up here for a week and a half, theta is going to eat your lunch. You're going to get crushed. If you have 3 months, you're going to lose a little bit, but you have plenty of time for this to still work. 3 weeks out, it's going to be a struggle. So give yourself as much time. Time is your friend when it comes to options. Let's check back in on Tesla. Doesn't look like we're bouncing at all. And again, another example. The big move tends to come when the expected doesn't happen. We expected another bounce. Good volume. Let's see if it can work into the low of the day here. How would my little scalp would have worked out? Let's see. I don't remember what candle. It was this one right here. Okay, so that would have trailed me out for a little baby loss. Worth it, right? Get used to losing all the time. The stream might cut out. So if it does, Falco, I can always just start the stream up again. I think it might be easiest. So just come back to here, or you can jump on the free week for 2 days. It's free, hence free week. So let's see if the stream stops. If it does, I'll start it back up. Hopefully it stays with us though. This is the bounce that I thought would happen right here. Just shows you how weak it is. And so now on Tesla, good candle on that, but a bounce back up and probably another rotation is what I would wait for. My target would be just at the low of the day. There's a good chance I get missed on it, but that's okay. That's how it happens. Cool. Great question. What other things you got? Zoom, live people here, YouTube. What trades are you looking at? Trades can we look at? Let's check out NVIDIA. This one's been just getting crushed. AMD, same story, trading just with NVIDIA. Roblox trying. This daily chart is just already taking out that bull candle, not strong. Earnings coming up. We might be selling off into earnings. But if you're not making profits, serious profits, you're going to struggle in these markets. You're going to struggle in those markets. Facebook possibly moving lower. Yeah, a lot of these inside candle plays today, I would be very patient with. If I don't want to find something outside the range of yesterday, find something really weak. With that being said, if it's an inside candle, we need to short this very high. So this is too late. And we need to be quick on our profits. So I would have my entry probably there, my stop there, and then I would already be out at 1 hour and done. So that would be me personally with an inside candle. You've got to be quick. And if you're going to short it really high. If you're going to buy it very low. So right here is not the greatest time to go long on it because it's kind of in the middle of this channel, right? And right here is also not the greatest time to go short. You really want to play the boundaries on these inside candles the best of possible. Or at least wait for a really big move. When everyone is fully convinced we're going to go lower, you need to be looking for bulls on an inside candle. Same thing here. When everyone's fully convinced we're going bullish, start looking for a short. Doesn't mean you're going to win, as always. Mentioned that a million times. But that's the way to play them. Corey says AC. AC, is that a ticker? Air Canada? I don't even get that. I don't pay for that live data, so I have no idea what that is. ACN. Sorry, my friend. I only pay for data here in the US. But it was going to be cool. ACDC, yeah. Boom. DAL's rolling down. Apple. Oh, again, this is your key. At least it is to me. It doesn't. Nothing is 100%, but it does help me stay out of a lot of losses. The bulls should hold here and go higher. They did, and then you break that higher low in the morning. Morning should be where the strong trend happens. If it's going to trend, it will trend in the morning. Strong trend, right? So if the bulls show up, they need to hold. And as soon as the bulls fail, you have a volume spike. And then on this bounce, I'm not falling for it. I'm not going long because the bulls have already showed me how strong they were. This normally either means trend bearish. I'd be looking bearish on that. Or if it bounces back up, a whole lot of chop. And that's exactly what we got. A lot of people losing money trying to pick a trend, and then it finally broke. And it looks like we're going that direction now. But again, inside candle. It's the same story. Days that are tough are the inside candle days. He closed all NVIDIA shorts. Nice. Make some money out there. Cool. FLW. That what it was? FLWS. Oh yeah, this is the stock that's down 27%. You see that short's starting to work. Yeah, it's trying to. I like the short up here, or if you got in up here, that would work. But this support is where I'd be getting out, or trying to play a little. I expect to trap a little bounce, and then if it's going to go lower, it'll roll back down from there. Cover the rest at 15.17. Yeah, right off of that support, just missed you maybe. It looks good. I feel like there's a chance we get back up in here, maybe, but we'll probably get back to this resistance there and then try to roll down again. That makes the most sense to me. The stock can do whatever the heck it wants, but Matt, you made 1.5 hours on NVIDIA. He said in 1.5 hours and 11 minutes on NVIDIA. Thanks for the guidance. You did it. Man, that was all you. Good trade. Apple could be trying to fall down. So now you notice this looks very bearish. What are we thinking now? Probably time look for a bull move. And I'm waiting for the bull move to take out these lower highs. That's what I'm waiting on. So at this point, I'd be looking for a break above that. Let it go lower, S curve again. Then I'd be looking for a break above that. S curve again. I'd be looking for a break above that. One of those two to show me some strength. Make sure I have the right risk reward. Quick plays. I'm not trying to get a target back up into here. I'm just trying to play something back to 161.50. So Tesla. Ooh, did I hit my target? Yeah, there we go. That would have been my final target, just below the low of the day. Done. That was also a lot of people's targets. Look at that volume. Bears have to buy it to close, so the stock bounces. And let's see what it does. This was a very weak break. I mean, maybe some more chop back up into here, but how are we on a 15? Are we far from that? Yeah, we're pretty far. So another bounce makes sense. One more bounce back up, play into the 15 EMA, somewhere in there, and then do we go down and then break that finally and the bulls take over for a bounce, or do the bears hold and go down? Don't know, but this is what makes a lot of sense to me is a bounce eventually might go down one more time, but I think we're going to get that bounce here pretty quick. Play the EMA, roll down, and then we're scenario number one, the bulls take over off that lower high. Scenario number two, the bears hold that and roll down. So that's what you're waiting for. You're telling the stock what to do 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes before it ever gets there. And if it doesn't listen, then that means I'm not seeing the markets and I shouldn't be trading, right? If Tesla just says, no, I'm good, and just dives, then I'm like, okay, that did not listen to what I said it was going to do. So I'm not going to be trading. I'm not going to go short here. My plan was to go up here and look and see what happens. Do we go long after it breaks this, or do we go short after it breaks that? You don't want to be shorting after this move. I can tell you that right now. Don't short down here right now. You need a bounce. Too many bear candles in a row on a 15, needs to bounce back up, retest, even if it's just one candle, but you want to be buying off of a bounce. There's going to be a lot of bears getting happy down here. So many new traders being like, now let's short this bad boy. It's going to zero. No. Trap. Honestly, a decent quick bull move would probably be 864 with your stop down here. It's not quite a good enough risk reward, I think, for me. It's a little bit wider. Yeah, my 1R is all the way back up to this resistance. I would want something here. So if this range wasn't quite so large, I would be waiting for a trap, though. And that's exactly what we got. I would not take this until it trapped lower and got bought up. Now I'm very interested in a long up here. But it would have to be quick. And based off of this risk reward, I can't even get 1R quickly. It's just too wide of a stop. Entry here, stop here, and then my 1-to-1 is all the way up here. Could work. And if we plug this in over into that 15-minute chart, this is basically what we just drew out, right? That bounce back up to the EMA. Makes sense. Doesn't mean it's going to work out. Doesn't mean it can't just bull in and then go lower and us lose. No, do whatever the heck it wants. But this is me planning my trades. This is me telling the stock what to do and what I think it's going to do. And then just having a game plan, following my plan, accepting the loss, and moving forward. Ain't no thing. Okay. Let's see if that plays out. This is not the 10 EMA strategy. This is just me trading, right? And I'm not going to take this trade because I've already hit my goal for the week. I don't need anything else. I don't need to put any other risk on the table. So, and this would be with a stop limit. So you're not going to get in on this trade until it gets above that point. So if it goes lower, you're not in. Doesn't matter. You just cancel it. If we take out this low, I would cancel no matter what. It shouldn't happen. The trapping candle can't get taken out or else it's not the trap. The whole point the whole reasoning behind getting in this is because it put in a trapping candle here after a ton of bear candles. We can't have the trapping candle get taken out. I think it held barely. Yeah. Barely. I love that the 10 EMA is lower than our entry now. That's even better. Okay, it held. This is not a bad trade, my friends. Brody called it. He said a little bear trap possibly on Tesla. I agree. Concur. Again, 3 minutes ago, I just said I'm not going to take this trade. So I'm not going to take this trade. But if I needed some money this week or wanted to trade, this is what I would do. Doesn't mean it's going to win. But it's fun to back trade, right? Don't take this trade just because Tony's on here saying, hey, this is what I would do. If you don't know why you're taking this trade, don't take it. If this isn't part of your plan, if you haven't back traded this specific setup, then don't take it. You don't want to be, too many people treat trading like gambling. No, I'll throw $200 at this. Let's see what happens. You don't know why you're doing it. You want to be the casino. The casino knows why they're doing what they're doing. They have the edge. They know they're going to take losses. They know they're going to take wins. And at the end of the month, they'll be profitable, right? That's how we are as traders. You don't want to be the gambler. You want to be the casino. Know why you're doing what you're doing. So don't just take this trade because it's like, hey, Tony said take it. And then it loses and like, oh, what? I lost all this money. That's gambling. You have no idea what you're doing. My job on the mic is not to lead you to trades. My job is just I'm here to just speak my mind, right? Whatever I'm thinking, that's what I'm saying. And I'm thinking this is a really good entry if this low can hold. I like it, but it has to be quick. I would prefer my 1R to be like right here. I want this to be a smaller range than it is, but that's not how it is. I go to a 15-minute though, and it's still, what I said was possible could happen before we go lower, back up to the CMA. That's above my target. So it could work out. Let's see if Tesla wants to do it. People are saying SPY is dumping. Yep, SPY is really getting wrecked, taking out the big pivot low of the day. Man, we're weak, my friends. We're still, after how weak this is still an inside candle. Don't get too excited. Like, we still could be getting a little bounce to 450. I don't think we go much higher than that, but don't think just because we're rolling down today that it's going to be it. Maybe it is. Maybe we finally get that dump that we're all expecting. Yeah, I'm not even going to say where I'm going to be buying this thing at, but I think too many people. Yeah, I'll keep it up myself, but this could be it. This could be the bouncing spot. We could play out some weird head and shoulder pattern on a weekly where we come down, retest back up to 450, this big resistance, and then finally go. This is what I'm waiting for. I would much rather short up here on some bull days than I would buying puts here because my emotions are saying it's falling, it's breaking. It's breaking. Stick to the plan. Tesla, how are you doing? Ooh, it's coming for the entry. It's coming for the entry. So if we did get filled on this, if this went through, I would want a strong close. The last thing I want is for it to come up and then close back below that pivot. That's worst case scenario in this case. So we'd want it to break this and then go. What I also don't want, and make this a little bit bigger, what I also don't want is to be filled on like 2 or 3 bull candles in a row. That would suck. I don't want that. I would want a bear candle to step in, maybe next candle, and then break out above that would be ideal. That's A+ setup. If this were to fill me on all bull candles, it's fine, but I would have to expect us to pull back down probably to 860 and be okay with that. Oh, keeping an eye on what Tesla does. Starting to get some strength. New traders are thinking about shorting down here, right? All about shorting. Experienced traders, I'm saying, yes, we probably do go lower, but after we get a little bounce, this is what I'm trying to catch. Fade this. This is my go-to. I'm a big fader. I'm a big reversal of the market type guy. So I like to play these reversals of catching traps, reversing back up, and going and telling the stock what to do, right? I'm telling the stock what to do. You'll make a lot more money if you can stay 10 minutes ahead of the markets. Meaning, I'm not going to predict what's going to happen. I'm just giving scenarios. Right? This is where I think we're going to go. And then if the market does that, and I'll go, okay, well, I'm seeing the markets today. This is probably a day to trade. If I keep saying, okay, it's going to do this and it goes down, then I go to the next stock and say it's going to do this, and then it does the opposite. I go, nah, not my day to trade. That happens all the time. I'm constantly finding the expectation. What should this do? And if it doesn't do that, it doesn't do what it should, or it doesn't do what I think it should do, then I stay out of the markets that day. The worst thing you can do is have the mindset of, I'm here in front of my computer, so I have to trade. I'm in front of my computer, so I have to do this. Please give me a bear candle on this. That would be awesome. I'm in front of my computer, so I've got to be making money. Oh, I could have shorted this, this, and this, and this. I've missed all these trades. And you start getting FOMO. You start getting this attitude of like, I need to be making money. You treat this as a job, like your normal job. I would be in trouble if I was just sitting at my job doing nothing, right? That's not trading. Trading is 98% waiting, telling the stock what to do and it ignoring you. And 2% of the time, you telling the stock what to do, it does it, and you jump on it and make money. For me, normally, I'll take a couple day trades a week. That's it, because I'm waiting for that setup, that specific setup. I don't care that I've missed out on all of this other money. I don't care. The only thing I care about is finding my setup and trading my setup. So I would cancel this now. Off the table. Didn't listen. That setup is done. And they say, well, what if it comes back and bounces? Doesn't matter. Done. That was the chance for it to bounce. Right there. We still could get a little rotation back up. The 15-minute is still very extended. Look at this RSI. I mean, we are crazy flat. Down low, oversold. I still expect to bounce. But we might be going lower before that bounce comes now. That should have already happened. You notice we weren't in that trade, right? We had a plan up here to give us confirmation of if we broke above that, that'd be very strong and would get that nice push. Didn't happen. This candle's probably going to have some good volume on it because people were feeling that same thing. Once the trapping candle comes in, that trap needs to bounce. If it doesn't bounce and gets taken out, that's no longer a trapping candle. And the whole reason I was getting into that trade was because that was a trap. Because people shorted the breakdown. See this support here off of this guy is right there. So if this broke lower, a lot of shorts were waiting to get in on that break lower, thinking we're going to go down. And then they get in and it immediately jumps. That's the trap. Bears are immediately wrong because they're trying to short this after this big of a move. That's not how you make money. You'll make money on that sometimes. And the worst thing that could ever happen is you short something stupid like that and you make money. Because then you get all cocky and you're like, man, I only put $100 on that trade. If I would have put $1,000 on that trade, I would have made so much money. So then you go on your next trade and you do the exact same thing. And you put $1,000 on it. And that's the trade where you get trapped and it goes and you end up losing $3,000. And you're like, the markets are rigged. It's no, you just don't know what the heck you're doing. You're gambling. You're not being the casino. You don't have an edge. You just did something. A monkey can take a trade and make it work. Anyone can. It's a 50-50. It's a coin flip. The real trick is making money after 100 trades. That's the trick. That's what you should be focusing on. Not, can I make money on this trade? You should be focusing on, can I make money after 100 trades? So that's the answer. That's the key. Seriously, so this is my first time here on this channel, and I'm fairly a new trader. It's really informative and easy to understand. Glad I found this live. Yeah. My friend, you can come trade with us every single day. This is what we do. By the way, we also stream live every morning for 30 minutes for the pre-market, just kind of going over what we're looking at, helping you out. You can throw in some tickers and say, this is what I'm looking at. We just kind of work together to say, oh, cool. I didn't ever see that one. Thanks for bringing that up. And a few things to maybe monitor with that. So you can also notice this entire time, I haven't once said, I'm going to go short down here. There's no way I'm shorting after this big of a move. I will only short this on a bounce. Then I'm shorting. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Right. I have found through many years of trading and lots of back trading that sometimes this does work, shorting a breakdown of that. But over 100 times, I haven't been able to make money. And that's the key. Can you make money over 100 of those trades? Not 100 different trades. I'm talking about 100 of this exact setup. A big move down into the low of the day and a break. How many times does that win? How profitable are you after 100 trades? What I just said right there, rewind it, rewatch it. That will make you a profitable trader faster than anything else. That's the game. That's part of the game of trading. Everyone learns the strategy. No one learns the game. If the strategy is short after a hammer comes in, short the breakdown of the hammer, that's your strategy. Everyone can get that strategy and no one's profitable. There's a reason, because it takes more than just a strategy to be profitable in markets. Unless you understand the game, you'll never allow that strategy to be profitable. Okay, here comes our bounce. What did I say earlier? I'm not getting in up here anymore. What's the main reason I'm not getting in up here anymore? Because my risk reward sucks. Even worse, my stop has to go below this new low. My entry was up here. Entry's there. My stop has to go below this new low. And now my 1R is even worse than it was before. And I was already complaining about how it sucked before, right? My 1R was here before, I think, somewhere in this area. And I was like, oh, already that's probably asking too much. Now my 1R is all the way up here. If we jump out, let me get this up. If we jump out to a 15-minute chart, you notice the 10 EMA is now below my target one. Doesn't work. But is it probably going to bounce? Yeah, it probably is going to bounce and then roll back down. Doesn't have to, but that's what my experience is telling me. Don't short this down here. If you want to short this, up here is where you're going to do it. And then if you want to go long, this is the place to do it, but your risk reward sucks, so don't do it. All right, friends. We got about 45 minutes left of me on the mic. This is your chance. This is your time. Start asking some questions. Be a little vulnerable. Who cares? You're never going to meet these people on YouTube for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter, right? Don't feel dumb. I think too many people feel dumb asking a question like everyone like, oh, you should know that already. How do you not know that? First off, at Real Life Trading, that's not how we roll. I was the worst trader in the world. Everyone is when they first start out. If someone on YouTube's like, oh, well, that's just below me, that dude's full of crap, because he didn't walk out of the womb and just be an amazing trader. It doesn't happen. Everyone starts out new. Everyone makes mistakes. Everyone has to learn. Every one of us learned what a candle was. Every one of us. So here at Real Life Trading, we don't have these stupid egos where it's like, well, how dare you waste my time with that question? Shut up. Who do they think they are, right? We were all there. In fact, we do the opposite. We fully admit I sucked at trading when I started out. Everyone does. Trading is just a skill. It has nothing to do with intelligence. It's a skill. Some person could walk, I say this all the time because it's a good analogy. If an artist walks over to me and goes, why are you so stupid? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Why can't you paint as good as me? I'm so much smarter than you. Shut up. No, you're not. You've mastered a skill that I have not acquired yet. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Right? I can go through classes, I can study, and I can work through and learn a skill. That's all trading is. Trading is not intelligence. Trading is a skill. Anyone can learn it. You don't have to be a genius. I think these people, there's a lot of good people on YouTube, by the way. A lot of our really good friends, people we're really close to. But there's also a lot of idiots out there that they hate themselves so bad that they try to make themselves look much cooler than they are. Like, I'm just so rich and I've never sucked at trading in my entire life. I've never taken a losing trade. Dude, you're full of it. This is, I would remember how I said I would love a bear candle before it goes bullish. It just sucks that it broke down one more time and screwed my risk reward now, because this is just setting up really nice. So again, you can get me on some tangents, my friends. Keep it coming. By the way, I am Tony Pollock. I know I sound just like Jeremy. We must have the same microphone. But my name is Tony Pollock. I've been I've been a moderator and educator at Real Life Trading for 2 years now. Coming up on. Okay, here's our break. So again, that whole point of that, don't feel dumb about asking questions. Okay. Ask anything you want because you're not going to learn until you ask. There's no pride here. We all started out. That's the whole point. Our reason we're here is doing Rich Lives. Our reason we're streaming live right now for free and not holding things back and not being like, well, the answer to this question when you join, like, we're not doing that crap. We're telling you everything. Whatever questions you want to know, throw it out there. Rich says, how long was the learning curve for you? Me personally, it took about 8 months for me to start consistently being profitable. And I think I lost around $70,000 before I started making money. 100% truth. Tesla's bouncing really strong. Again, everyone knew that was the entry. It did exactly what we wanted, except it made a new low. Does this 10 EMA candle fit into the strategy? You know what? It could. Let me open up that strategy real quick. No, that one. That's the one. There we go. Did we get up above? What the? Yeah, there's a bear candle above both of them. Did we close up above it with the extended hours? Yep. So that would have also fit the 10 EMA strategy. Again, though, you've got to take into account your risk reward. How much are you asking this stock to really get? Your 1 R is all the way up here. Is that asking too much? But entry above the bear candle. I mean, that's your 10 EMA strategy. That's what we were waiting on. For sure. I have a few other questions here. Thoughts on price averaging down on losing stocks? Haley, it all depends on your time frame. If you're planning on being in that stock for a day, do not dollar cost average down. If you're planning on being on that stock for a swing trade, so under 8 months, do not dollar cost average down. Get the heck out. Manage your risk. If this is a stock that you will sell when you're 89 years old, then you can dollar cost average down. But I'm talking about holding until you're 89 years old. You're never, ever, ever going to sell this stock. It's Apple. It's Tesla. It's Microsoft. Even if it's Upwork. If you're going to plan on holding Upwork until you're 95 and you just thoroughly believe in the company like it is the greatest thing in the universe, then yes. But that doesn't mean that you don't understand the risks of doing that. You need to fully understand the risks of dollar cost averaging down. It needs to fit into your plan. Again, ask yourself, am I gambling? Meaning I don't know what I'm doing, or am I doing something for a purpose that gives me an edge because I know what I'm doing? Are you the casino? The casino will take losses and they'll take wins, and at the end they make money. So fantastic close on Tesla. This makes sense for a little retest. I would want it to start to bounce here pretty soon, but it's looking like it's going to go. A little tip, okay? Just a little tip. If the risk reward is not great, my risk reward would need to be below this resistance right there, which means my target one is just above it. Not great. Not great. I don't love it. These type of trades tend to not work. These type of trades tend to struggle. Doesn't mean that they don't work. It's just, again, over 100 trades. If the risk reward is not there, odds are the people that know what they're doing are not going to take this trade. And if the people are not going to step in to take this trade, it's not going to have as much momentum to keep going, and it's going to fall short. So it did end up getting bought up, though. It bought right where it needed to. We need to hold this now. It should not get below that bear candle. We should chop a little bit. I don't mind it revisiting. I guess I should rephrase that. It shouldn't close below this bear candle. but I wouldn't mind another retest into the 10, but it needs to get going now. Like, we should have buyers stepping in. And again, if we don't, it's most likely because the risk reward sucks. I mean, people are trying to get 2Rs on this, which is your 2R target needs to be at this resistance, not, $10 above it almost. It feels like your 2R should be there. It's not. And that's because your risk reward got screwed up. If we could have moved our stop up to here, which again wouldn't have worked, that would have given us our 2R. That's why in the first place, I didn't even have the risk reward. It's doing exactly what we want it to do, though. It's playing pretty nicely. All right. He says, do you monitor an NYSE tick while day trading? If so, can you show how you use it? I don't use it. So I day trade, but just so you know, I make most of my money through credit spreads. That's 98% of, 95% of my income as a full-time trader through credit spreads. I make the least amount of money per account size with day trading. And that's just me personally, right? Day trading is like, it's not consistent enough. I'm all about consistency. My credit spreads have a 90% win rate, right? So day trading, plan on around 50%, and that's fine. And you can still make money with that. It's just not my thing. I would rather not sit in front of the computer all day long day trading. I'd rather click a few buttons for a couple hours a week and go golfing and go do whatever I want to do, right? And still make more money doing that with a 90% win rate than I would day trading. But then again, you have the Jerremy Newsomes of the world who make a lot of their income day trading. It's all personal, right? Everything makes money. Everything makes money, just in different ways. So realize in day trading, you're not going to have profitable weeks every single time. In fact, it's going to be very up and down. Here's the break back below that bear candle. That's not what you not want to see. And there's a close below it too. So remember the tip I just gave you, and this can still work, by the way. But a lot of the times when the risk reward is not there, the trade doesn't work. No matter how good the entry, this entry is so baller, so good. If the risk reward isn't there, there's not going to be enough people excited to get in it. Your 2R target needs to be right here. It needs to be below this resistance because that's probably all we're going to get to. It's unrealistic right now to ask Tesla to get back up to 890. Could it happen? Yeah, but the odds of it happening are very low. This is not what we call a bullish day today. It's very, very bearish. Very bearish. So for us to ask it to get back up to 890, 886 is asking a lot. Is it impossible? No, this could get up there. You don't think in absolutes. Don't be like, this will never happen. I think about it as percentages. I think there is a 70% chance that we don't get back up above 880 today. I could be dead wrong, right? Totally fine being dead wrong. I'm wrong all the time. If someone says they're right all the time, they're lying to you. But that's just me. What I can see from this is that that's very weak. We should not have done that. Have your wife protest. Oh man. I got quite a few questions here. How do you get the risk reward ratio? You can go, I have it saved over here, but I think if you click on this little arrow, is it in this one or is it in another one? I don't even remember which one it's in because it's right here. Sorry. Click on that one and you can click long position or short position. If you star it, it'll keep it up here. And you just click on that, click on your entry, move this to where your stop would be. And then this will tell you your risk reward ratio right there, 1.1. all that good stuff. There's your 1R. R is simply a risk unit. So one risk unit is 1R. 2 risk units, meaning you're risking $200, you're going to make $400. There's your 2R if I get it on it right there. It's just double the distance between that. So that's how you get that on there. Teach me Obi-Wan, Steve says. I'm guessing this was a few minutes back, so I'm guessing you're talking about the credit spreads, because I've got like 10 other questions on that too. Matt says, are you looking for any bull put spread on Tesla here with a 10 monthly EMA? Possibly. This is not a bad spot to be getting into some credit spreads on Tesla. I feel like Tesla's got lower to go. I'm going to look for probably like 810, 820, and then even 760 for some credit spreads on Tesla. But I don't mind putting some alerts out there and just seeing how much I get paid there. Again, I just tell the stock what to do. I plan ahead. If my alert goes off, I look at my notes and go, okay, look for a bull put spread. If there's nothing there, then I do it. $700. Let's see, where's $700 at? Right here. For 15 days has $1.02. Yeah, that's fine. For me personally, I would be looking to sell the 550 or lower. That's me personally. So until I can get paid my rules, I teach all of this stuff in a masterclass. You can find it on Real Life Trading. I say that all the time, but it means that much to me. Like, I created this strategy out of necessity. I quit my job. I got my butt kicked. I took out loans. I lost that. I took out another loan, lost that. I took out my last loan. The bank's like, I'm not giving you any more money. And I was like, crap, I got to make this work. And it was like $15,000. And I was like, how can I make $1,500 a week? What I did was I took credit spreads and did it with that. And for years, I averaged 500% ROI or more. Last year, I did 1,000% ROI on my credit spreads alone. So credit spreads saved me. They're the reason why I'm still a full-time trader. And I created a masterclass where I teach you and walk you through in a video presentation every step of how to do what I do. The stuff I'm still doing today, I didn't leave anything out. I'm like, well, I want to teach you this secret. I showed you everything. So you can find that on reallifetrading.com. I can even post the link over into here if you want, but I'm very passionate about it because this is the way that I made my money. Like I made my money through credit spreads. It saved my butt. So my only goal now, that's my mission in life, is to help others that want to replace their income, that want to quit their job. Honestly, it's the greatest way to do it is to learn credit spreads. So if you don't want my strategy, that's fine. You can go create your own, but sell options. Selling options is one of the greatest ways to bring in consistent income. You've got to know what you're doing. With a credit spread class, be something a newbie can handle. I start at square one with credit spreads. I'll show you exactly how to do them. So I walk you through a lot of it. Yes, I would say I've probably had 80 brand new traders go through my credit spread class. They had a lot of questions. I helped them. They email me. But if you need more help after what I've already explained in the credit spread class, then you can go and there's a ton of free stuff on YouTube. I can email me like, I still don't quite understand this option thing. But I do teach pretty much all of it in the master class. The first class is the basics. What are options, how they work, what we're trying to do, why we're selling, where we're selling. I don't just teach you the strategy. I teach you how to play the game with credit spreads. Again, I can't overemphasize that enough. It's not just about the strategy. It's about learning to play the game with that strategy. So I do both in the masterclass. I show you how to make the math work, what you can and can't do to be successful, what things to avoid, and all that stuff. Gareth, thank you, my friend. And thank you for your help. Gareth is there's so many people that help me out, but unless I have the wrong Gareth, there's possible. We have a lot of people in this room, but Gareth, if that's you from Australia, I got the right Gareth. Okay. help me create this scanner for it. So with the master course, you get for free forever a scanner that finds the setups for you, sends you an alert so you don't have to sit there in front of your computer and look for them all day. We have an indicator built that shows you exactly how to do the setups, and I teach you all of that stuff in the masterclass. You get access to all that for free forever. I gave you it all. So the average person, we did a poll 3 weeks after the masterclass, and 78% of the people had already paid for the masterclass, the price of the masterclass, within a week. Within a week, they paid back their money that they spent on the masterclass. So let me, again, I'm done ranting. I'm not trying to sell you. What I'm trying to tell you is learn how to sell options. You can go create your own strategy. Mine's not this golden nugget. You can do it. Or you can pay money to learn from my mistakes so you don't have to make those same mistakes also. That's what I recommend. Why go out there and be like, I'm not going to spend $495 and then you lose $3,000 on your first trade. I should have spent that money, right? Like I said, I lost $70,000 trying to figure this all out, but I've made way more than $70,000 over the last few years. And so what I'm saying is you don't have to lose all of that, and you don't have to spend 8 months trying to learn how to do it on your own. You can learn this crap in weeks and start making money consistently. So here's the link. I'll post it in the chat pane. If you're interested, it's there. If you're interested here, it's here. If it's not for you, if you're like, I just don't see how things work, I'll give you your money back. We don't care here at Real Life Trading. We just want you. I know there's value in there, and it might not be for everyone, and that's fine. But if you can't make your initial, yep, I just posted that. Posted a link right above you. If you can't make your money back in the first year of your investment, message me. I'll give you a free $500 coaching session, and I'll show you where you're going wrong, because there's something seriously wrong if you can't make your money back. Rich people, wealthy people, successful people aren't scared to spend money. They invest money. They learn a skill because they know that investment will make them more money. That strategy right there with a $15,000 trading account will make you $1,000 a week. 90% of the time, 90% of the weeks of the year. It's been doing that for me. And you can scale that up, by the way. When you have a bigger trading account, you can make $5,000 a week just on that strategy. I've been doing that now for years on end. On the link, you can click on it doesn't have all of my trades because those are the official trades. It's the same math though. You can see all of my official trades I've posted on Real Life Trading for the past 2 years. There's screenshots of all of them. Yep. It's a RLT credit spread course. So if you pull this up, again, I don't want to take too much more time with this, but I'm getting a lot of questions with it. Go to online courses, free week. Online courses, scroll down to master classes, and it's this credit spread right here. Click on that. Here's my ugly mug. And this is what you're looking for. So I recommend you have at least $5,000 in the link. Benjamin is right up. Oh, I'm sorry. Dang it. I'm on hosted panelists. That's why. There we go. Send that to everyone. I mean, some people are saying you didn't do that. Do you post the alert for the credit spread? You get the alert. It goes straight to you. We run the alerts through TradingView so that you can just pull up your TradingView charts, set up the scanner and alert system through it, and then you get the alerts. The whole purpose of this is not to have you rely on me. I'm going to show you how to do it so you can do it. You can decide to say, I want to take 1 trade a month, or I want to take 20 trades a month. I did post it there. Yeah. I can also post it. Let's see if I can change it. I'll post it into the description of this stream after I'm done streaming it. But I don't know if people will be able to see it. But here's the website right here. reallifetrading.com/credit-spreads-live. Or you can just go to reallifetrading.com. I'll walk you through this. Click on online courses, scroll down to master classes, and it's right here. It's the same link. Get it? You can look at my trade log right here. These are all the official trades I've posted. This is probably about 30% of the trades I actually take. I don't post all of my trades. I do with my Premier coaching. My Premier students get all of my trades, but I only post the trades that are longer, like a monthly trades, my weekly spreads that I make a lot more money on. I teach you how to do those. Yeah, we have a lot of wins in here. Like I said, 90% win rate. You can click on these links here as well, and it'll pull you up a picture of the trade on every single trade that we took. There's a screenshot. I sold this spread when the price was there. This is what we got paid for. This is what I did. You can find that on every single trade. At least there's a some that I, for whatever reason, did not copy over, but 90% of them have all pictures of it too. So if you can just utilize this. If you want to build your own trading plan, go back and see what I did. Again, I would rather you just learn from my mistakes, because there's so many mistakes to be made with selling spreads. I've made every one of them in the book. And so I'd rather you learn from me, but you don't have to. If you're like, I don't have that money, whatever. Again, you can find $500, because I can guarantee you're going to make way more than $500 learning the strategy and trading the strategy effectively by following the plan. But that's trading, right? All I want to do is help you replace your income, meet your goals, quit your job, whatever the heck you want to do. This is how I did it. Right here. This is how I did it. So enough of that. But this is how you find it. You can go back and rewatch this. I'll post it in the description below. And if you're here on Zoom, I posted it in the chat pane if you want it. But I don't want to spend the whole time talking about this. I am very, very passionate about it, though. Very, very passionate, because it works. It's still the number one thing I do. I just sold 3 credit spreads this week. I've made $3,500 on credit spreads this week by using that exact strategy. So I teach you my short-term credit spread strategy. I teach you my long-term credit spread strategy. I teach you how to hedge them so that you can turn even losers into winners, and how to manage them, what to do when you're in, how to know if you're winning, how to know if you're losing. I also teach you what the heck a credit spread is. What does that even mean? By the way, I also have a few YouTube videos up that you can watch if you want to learn on credit spreads. But anyways, I just want to help people. That's all I want to do. I helped over 100 people last year replace their salary. We did it all through credit spreads. So my goal this year is to help 4,000 people replace their salary. So please be one of them. Invest in yourself, learn it, view it as an investment. This is something you're spending money on to learn how to make more money. Because honestly, I've made this as cheap as humanly possible. I should charge 10 grand for this course. Make it happen, Martine. Let's go. Let's do it, man. That's all I want. I'm not here to sell you some gimmick crap that doesn't work. No, like, this is proven. It works. I show you all the data. I walk you through every single step. And if it's not working for you after an hour, email me, Tony, Tony, at reallifetrading.com. Say, Tony, I've been doing this, following your plan perfectly for 6 months, and I can't make money. I will make it right. I will refund you. I will give you a free $500 coaching session. I'm not here to screw you. I'm here to help you. I'm here to show you what I do. And literally hundreds of people, lots of people in this room right now, make tons of money every single month because of this plan. I still do. So anyways, markets are starting to dump back off. Tesla did have a little bounce, but man, just fell off pretty quick. Fell off pretty fast back down. Markets are probably rolling. Yep. Tesla's following the markets pretty good. Q's probably exactly the same. It's still an inside candle, my friends. We're getting close, but it still is an inside candle. Not looking very strong. I was really debating on selling some bear call spreads today, but we're stupid oversold. I don't sell bear call spreads when we're oversold. I'm going to wait for the bounce. Be patient. Again, I don't think this is the time to be buying puts. Wait for it to bounce back up. 365, 370. It might take 3 weeks to get up there. then I'm buying puts and to see if it rolls down. If it doesn't, then I lose. I hedge it. I easily can hedge those puts and turn that loss into a win. Right? I don't care. I don't put enough money on there to care. If you care about winning or losing, you're playing with way too much money. So a big part of what we talked about yesterday, I'm getting a couple requests for that. We talked about the amount of money that you would walk up and give to your friend who asked you, hey man, do you have some money I could have? What's that amount? What is that amount that you would give? Is it $10? Is it $50? Is it $1,000? Is it $10,000? What amount of money would you be like, man, I don't care, dude. Yeah, here's yours. Not a repayment. Here's yours. How much money would you give to a stranger you didn't know? A homeless person on the street. That should be your R for probably the first 7 months of trading. If you said $10, that's what you should be trading with. I'm like, oh, that sucks. I don't want to trade with $10. That's boring. You're doing it for the wrong reason. And I didn't say you're forever going to trade with $10 R. What I'm saying is that exercise is going to teach you the game. It's going to teach you to stop caring about the one trade. And you're going to do it for 6 months. And it's going to be boring. It's going to be stupid. And it's not going to be motivating, but it's going to teach your brain how to follow the plan and how to play the game. Then your brain will start to finally realize, crap, who cares? Money is just money, right? It means nothing. You take this scarcity mentality of I can never give my money away to if I give my money away, 10 times more will come back. You know what? I'm going to go help that person. I'm going to go pay for that person's groceries at the grocery store. Do I have that money? Am I swimming in money? No. Then why would you do it? Because you don't view money as a scarcity item. You don't view money like you'll never get it again. In fact, you view it the opposite. You believe that the universe will reward you with 10 times more than what you give. If you help someone, the universe will turn around and give you 10 times more. That's abundance. There's enough money to go around. Money will just find me. I just need to put value into people's lives, and money always finds value. So when you start to finally realize after trading with a tiny little R, an R that you just don't even care about, where you're just like, I'm not even gonna watch this, then you'll finally start to realize, what's the difference between $20 and $100? What's the difference between $100 and $1,000? The only difference is your size trading account, what it can handle, right? Because you're going to have drawdowns. You're going to have a few months where you get your butt kicked. So you don't want to blow up your entire account for those bad months and not be there for the good months. So it needs to be a size that fits your account. But the only difference is your mind. Exactly, Brody. The only difference is your mind. That's when you start to up your R. You up your R when you don't care about it. When you treat $1,000 like you treat $10. It's not that all of a sudden you're like, man, I'm rolling in it, so $1,000 that's nothing to me now. That's not what I'm talking about. That's different. I'm talking about how you view money, your perception of money. That is the golden nugget of trading successfully. Right there. There's your golden nugget. Okay, let me answer a few questions. Let's see. Joe, sorry, man. I've been blabbering. I didn't even get to you on YouTube. FLWS. How is the short? Falling back down. How's this short? 1560 to 1465. You're saying you want to take that short? 1560 to 1465. Is that what I was saying? You took that short already? I'm trying to see what you said. Cuckoo. Let's see. E-commerce newbie, what's up? On YouTube says, does this credit spread strategy work in both bull and bear markets? No idea what options are. Yes, it works with bull and bear markets. And I'll teach you how to do both of those in the strategy. So the strategy is about 5 or 6 1-hour long videos. Each video is broken up in bookmarks. So you can say, okay, I just want to learn this, or I just want to learn this. I recommend you go through the entire thing from beginning to end. And then afterwards, you'll be like, what did you say about hedging? And you can easily find the hedging, right? So if you have no idea what options are, start to learn. You can go on YouTube. Real Life Trading has lots of free content, really good free content. So if you just go to free week, sweet, online courses, and then go right here, beginner, intermediate, advanced. In the advanced course, they teach you options for free. You could also go onto YouTube, million videos on YouTube on options. So you can learn them. You don't need to be a master at them to do this, by the way. You really don't. Look up how options are priced. That's all you need to know. Rich, you're talking about, should you sell puts here? Like on the markets, on the SPY? It's not a bad place. If you can sell them in a place where you actually want to buy it, and I guess it depends on your time frame, right? I still think the markets can go lower, and they will go lower, but we probably need a bounce or two, a week or so of bouncing before we go lower. But yeah, I think this is not a bad spot to sell puts, as long as it's within your risk profile and it is in an area where you actually want to buy the shares. Do not sell puts unless you want to actually own the shares there and you understand the risks with it. So other than that, yeah, man, I think this is not a bad spot. Could it go lower? Of course. You can hedge around it, or you can just be happy to own the shares at a lower price. You're talking about Tesla? This is not a bad place. Again, we talked about this earlier. I think Tesla could actually go down to 750. That's where I'm buying. So now or lower, not a bad spot. Yep. Not a bad spot on Tesla to sell some puts. Just know, for anyone out there that's listening, when you sell a put, you need to buy 100 shares. So be prepared to buy 100 shares of whatever strike you sell that put at. So have the money to do that. Don't do that on margin necessarily, unless you fully know what you're doing. I would much rather not do a fully naked put, marginable put. But I mean, I do them, but I also fully understand the risks with it. I know how to hedge around it, but just make sure you know what you're doing. Again, be the casino. Know why you're doing what you're doing. Know the edge behind why you're doing. Yeah, this is not bad. I really want to sell a bull put spread on this. I'm going to wait for it to go a little lower, because I really do think Tesla could go lower. We're going to work our way into the 50. Tesla, in my opinion, is going to go down to probably 820, because I think the markets are going to go lower. But does that mean Tesla won't bounce for a couple of weeks with the markets? No, it doesn't mean that. Probably a little bounce and then another rollover, or everything just dies and we go down right away. But I'm waiting for the bounce. Yeah, that's my thoughts. Again, you can trade how you want to trade. And 540 is just so good for a naked put. Just so good. Just throwing that out there. But you can sell wherever you want to buy. But if you don't actually want to buy this, you're okay buying it, but you're like, man, I don't know. 545 is nearly free money. It's free money. And if it comes down, and buy that thing and hold that for 10 years. How far on time do you sell your spreads? It depends on the setup. But a lot of my spreads, I do same week spreads. So on Monday, I sell spreads and I'm out of those by Tuesday. I teach you how to do that. I also have some longer term spreads. So I have some spreads I do that 2 weeks out. I have spreads that I do a month out. I have spreads that I do a couple months out. I don't really go much longer than 3 months out. Theta just sucks. I like a little bit more excitement in my life. So I like to win a little bit quicker. But I show you how to do every one of those, the pros and cons and the specific rules of doing that. Are you only finding setups from alerts? I find a lot of my setups through alerts, but no, I find some of my setups just from being on the mic and looking at stocks. So I would say like before I worked for RLT, I would spend probably, and I didn't have a scanner, by the way, I would probably spend an hour a day looking for setups. Now I probably spend 2 hours a week max looking for setups. Other than that, I go off of the alerts. Someone asked me earlier, are there certain tickers I like to sell spreads on? Yes. I can give you those right now. You don't have to do my masterclass. Tesla, Amazon, SPX. Those 3 stocks have made me super wealthy just from selling credit spreads. They're fantastic. Tesla, Amazon, and the SPX. Just know what you're doing. Back trade a strategy. Again, you can fast track it. I spent 8 months of my life making this strategy and losing all this money, making all the mistakes so that you don't have to. So for the 8 months that you're learning, you could be you could be making money for those 8 months. That's just the way I view things. That's how I view everything in life, right? Everything is an investment to me. Why would I spend $10,000 to go to a trading retreat? Because I know that $10,000 of knowledge is going to make me $500,000 over the next 2 years. Investments. Let go of money. Let go of it. Find it. Instead of asking, I can't afford it, ask, how can I afford it? Stop viewing money like it's, and again, it's not so much of buying stuff. You need to educate yourself. That's why you're here, right? But treat trades that way. Let's just, oh man, I'm not going to repeat that on YouTube, but that's pretty funny, Brody. Everyone here in Zoom saw it. Yeah. So if you want to take this knowledge I've given you on some credit spreads and start building a plan, do it. I highly recommend you do it. Credit spreads are awesome. They have some pitfalls that I figured out how to overcome that you'll have to figure out. A big part of that is make sure you get paid enough because you're risking more than you're making on spreads. Steve says, nope, you're going to have to deal with me. Steve, have you gotten that class yet? Have you started it? Am I going to go on the yacht trip? Oh, you haven't got it yet? Cool. When you get it, my friend, email me today. Okay. Let me know what you think. VIX is above 30. Like anything on Amazon. I'm waiting on everything. I'm done for the week. I've made enough money. I don't need to make more. That's another huge trick to being consistently profitable. Have your goals, hit your goals, be done. My experience. But I am very interested in Amazon and Tesla for Monday for credit spreads. Drooling, chopping at the bit. I just need to get past earnings. And that is the issue ahead of us. Earnings. Oh, nice. Yeah. That's what this strategy will do, my friend. I mean, just realize it does take, start small. I mentioned, this is the first thing I mentioned in the masterclass with the credit spreads. This is a very successful strategy, but that doesn't mean you've mastered it yet because you've gone through it once, right? Take your time, do some paper trading, start small because you're still going to click buy instead of sell in your broker. And if you're within 20 contracts, you're going to lose $5,000 in 2 seconds because you clicked buy instead of sell, right? Like that's an exaggeration, but it happened to me. So I always tell people, I show you exactly what to do. I literally walk you through my broker step by step, slide by slide of how to enter things into your broker, what to do, what to make sure you don't do. But at the same time, you will make a mistake. So do that with small money. Stay small for the first few months and then slowly grow into it from there. Can't recommend that enough. Seems like YouTube has been everything I'm sure I could check on classes, platforms, brokers. Totally. You could say, how do I put in a bull put spread on interactive brokers? And they have videos on it. TradeStation is a broker I use. How to do it. They have videos on it. Yep. There is knowledge everywhere. And it's so easy to get to. That's why if you're broke, it's your fault. It's your fault. The only one to blame is you. Ouch. I know. I thought you were my friend. Friends tell friends hard things. And Marty's like, dang, man, I thought you were my friends. Educate yourself. Cut at the heart. Your best friends will always tell you the hardest things. I'm trying to be your best friend. I want to be your best friend. I want to help you change your life. That's all I want to do. That's why I'm sitting here. Help you change your life. And with that, educate yourself. Don't limit yourself. There's no reason why every single person in this room cannot be fantastically wealthy. The only reason you're not is because of you. It's not someone else's fault. It's not your bad luck. It's not this. Brody says the tiger has roared. Rich, man, I love you. Thanks for being here, bro. Thank you for your questions. It was awesome. Fear and emotions. Yeah. Do not hold yourself back. Do not allow the fear of doing something scary hold you back. Here says, are you going to the RLT yacht in June? We'll see. So if I'm going, I'm going to take my wife, of course. But my wife and I took a private yacht in Miami. A few of you were there. And she got super vertigo from the boat. So she's like, a week on the yacht nonstop, I might kill myself. So we both want to. But yeah. She didn't get seasick. No, it was that night she had really bad vertigo. So yeah, I mean, there's Dramamine, there's stuff we can take to help prevent that. We had no idea. That's never happened before. But now she's kind of like, I don't know if I want to spend a week on a boat. It might kill me. So, but we would love to go. And we were very much planning on. The boat we were on was a 175-foot 3-story yacht. So it wasn't a small boat. A few of you were there in Miami, weren't you? That was a fun time. That was a fun night. Type in a 1 if you were there in Miami with us when we went on the yacht. Anyone? Maybe no one was. Imagine someone was here on that yacht. Watching Jeremy do his little dance. There's a video out there somewhere. There's a video out there somewhere of us having a fun time on that yacht. So that might be the only thing. Nope. Nobody. Dang, I'm all alone. Only yacht I was on was the old rusty dinghy in the pond out back. That's a good yacht, Brody. That was a good old yacht. Frankie says newbie. All right. Any other questions? Anything else got going on? Stafford, what's up? Thank you for asking a question. Why are CMG and Amazon your favorite credit spread stocks? Amazon more than CMG. CMG is on my list, but they're my favorite because they pay really high premium all the time. What you don't want to do, is get into spreads that have into stocks that have really high premium randomly. That's the reason why I don't sell over earnings. What I want is really high premium all the time. So the SPX, Amazon, Tesla, those ones just always, they're consistent. They hardly gap big because gaps are kind of like the death to spreads. I show you how to deal with those in the masterclass step by step if it does gap. And when I say gap, I'm talking like the big gap across your spread, not like a normal 3% gap, right? So the once every 2 years type gap. Trade spreads long enough, you'll get bit by one. But if you make $200,000 a year and then you lose $4,000 on one trade, man, it's not that bad, right? It's not that bad of a deal. Those are the reason why they're my favorite stocks. They're very consistent. They trend well. They're easy to predict, and they just sell have really high premium, which means I can sell spreads very far away and it's nearly impossible for me to lose on them unless Armageddon happens. And that'll happen once every 10 years, right? In the meantime, I've made millions and I'm going to lose $5,000 when Armageddon happens. Who cares? Is there a tool to find long-term stocks to buy? FinViz is a pretty good website to look up some data. So whenever you're looking at long-term, you really want to start diving into fundamentals. You want to know why they make money, how they make money, all that good stuff. So I would suggest FinViz. They'll give you all the stats on the fundamentals and how to look at. If you're looking at just a pure technical, like if you're just looking at pure charts, I would go out to a monthly chart and I would find a stock that is consistently making higher lows like this stock. You want to find a chart that looks like this, and then you want to put an order in down off the next support. So where do you think I'm buying Amazon? $2,400 down to $2,000. I am all in. And then you got to wait about 4 years and you're a millionaire. That's all it takes, my friends. That's all it takes. Let me get caught back up. How often do you get a free week? Yep, twice a year. Juan says, do you usually trade credit spreads? I usually do. Yep, that's my main go-to. Long-term meaning giving good dividends? It depends, Pierre. If a stock gives dividends, it's because they've given up. It's true. If a stock pays dividends, it's basically saying, hey, don't sell my stock because really we're not really going to go anywhere for the next 50 years, but I'll pay you some money every quarter to stick with us. So it depends on what you want. Do you want to be paid dividends or do you want to buy a stock that's going to go up 300% over the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? There's no wrong answer to either one of those. It's just your style, maybe having a mixture of both. But just know if a stock is paying dividends, it usually means it's given up. Like, we'll have people hold our stock because I'm paying them to hold it, not necessarily because the stock's going to go rampaging higher. Notice you have weekly support. You never go further out in monthly. No, I do have monthly. I still label them as a weekly support because my monthly supports will also be a weekly support, but I'm out on a monthly a lot whenever I'm trying to find where is this stock actually going to bounce. So where could Amazon actually go to? It could go down to 2,000, but is it going to? I don't know. What normally happens before a very big move on Amazon? It has a massive down day. Huge down day. I shouldn't say down day. I should say down month. Nearly every single time before, right here, big move down, reverse and rampage. I mean, this was a 18 almost percent down move in a month. Remember, each one of these candles are a month. Where are we at right now? Ooh, about 21%. I might have to leg into some Amazon right now. Dang, I think I might. And by the way, when I say leg in, I'm almost guaranteeing it's going to go lower. That's what I mean by that. It's going to go lower. I'm fully expecting to be losing on this trade for probably about 6 or 7 months. And I'm okay with that. If you buy this expecting to make money tomorrow, you're going to be very disappointed because I think Amazon goes lower. But if it doesn't and trend holds true, just like it did before, right here, just like it did before where it just died. This was COVID pullback. Where did we bounce before on COVID? To kind of figure out what that EMA could have been on a monthly chart. On a weekly, I think we blew through all of them. Oh, I'm going way too far back. Yeah, it still doesn't help me. There's something else that we bounced off of. I need to figure out what that EMA might be. So if I just come in here and I start messing around with this, and I bring on a new indicator. So if I bring on a new EMA, okay, and I start messing around with some numbers here. Let's do the 150 EMA. Ooh, we got close. That's currently where we're at right now, though. This had a very strong support that we came down on. About on a monthly. Yeah, I think the weekly is probably the way to look at this. 140. Trying to see at what point do we bounce off of that guy? At what point? Close. Very, very close. Now we're getting somewhere. And we closed. Ooh. See here, look at this. We've never closed below that EMA. We just did last week. That's weak. That could be another indicator. It's not a sure sign, not for sure tell all nothing is, but we have never closed below that EMA in this bull move, right? Since 2014, we've never had a closure below the 130 EMA on a weekly, and we just did. This could have easily bounced back up just a little bit and closed above it, and it closed below it, telling me we're weak. I still think Amazon can bounce back up to 3,100 and then go down. Just a little FYI. Sorry, let me see this here. Reggie says Apple pays dividends. They do. Yep. And they continue to go higher. They do. It's nothing absolute, but it is a pretty general rule. When a stock pays dividends, they're pretty much saying, hey, don't leave us because our stock's not really going to go anywhere. We don't expect it to. This is as good as it gets. But we'll pay you a dividend to stick around. That's the general consensus with dividend paying stocks. Doesn't mean they're not going to go higher. Inflation is going to force these things to go higher because it's worth more, right? But Chris says, can you explain the rule 3 on the 10 EMA? Let me pull up the 10 EMA so everyone knows what we're talking about. I need to hustle. My time's almost off the mic. Rule number 3 on what? Right here. First 20 minutes. Did the stock have a bear candle gapping up or a bull candle gapping down? Is that what you're talking about? Hold on a second. Yes. Okay. So what this is talking about is, did we gap? So if we have let me get all fancy with this. If we have a bear candle the previous day, this is on a daily chart. Okay. If we have a bear candle and then the next day we're gapping up. So in the morning when we're looking to take this, we are opening up here. Did the stock have a bear candle gapping up or a bull candle yesterday that is now gapping down? If yes, go to rule number 5 right here. If no, go to rule number 4. You got to wait 1 hour. So all it's saying is if we're not gapping with these rules, you have to wait an hour before you get in. But if it did end up gapping, so if it was a bear candle yesterday gapping up, you can get in right away on the 3-minute or whatever that next rule says. Cool. I got a lot of questions I got to look at. So, Stafford says, can you give an example of an Amazon PCS that worked for you? What is a PCS? What do you mean by that? A bear call spread, you mean? Or put credit spread? Okay. So a bull put spread. Gotcha. I can give you a ton. Let's go back. If I go to my credit spread class here, You can click on this thing and it's for everyone. You don't have to buy it. You can here, download trade log here. Find Amazon. You'll find I trade these things all the time. So you go to Amazon. If I can figure out what column that's at, click on this little guy. And there is a bull put spread that worked. I sold the spread down here when the price, every time I take this screenshot, it's what it looked like when I got into it. I took this screenshot the second I get filled, not when I win or lose. Okay. So Amazon was here. I sold the spread all the way down here and it expired on January 29th. So if you go back and look at this trade, it'll also tell you the expiration. Expires January 29th. I got into it 1.4. I sold it for $1.40, bought it back for 0.3. I made 13% ROI on that one trade alone. Cool. Scott says, what delta on YouTube? So what delta do you like to sell for your short option and your credit spreads? It really depends on the setup. I use the chart to tell me where to sell. So Stafford, yeah, if you want to go back through this, you can look and see. It's not 100% win rate. You're going to see losses in here, but you'll see how the math starts to play out, right? So you can go through there and check all that. It's right here on that page here, reallifetrading.com/credit-spreads-live, or click on online courses and go to credit spreads. Figure that out. You can back trade all of those. That's why I wanted to do that. Okay. What delta do I sell? Yeah, Scott, it's very dependent on location of the chart. I use location on the chart to give me an edge, support and resistances to give me an idea so I can gauge strength based off of that. But on average, my average sold strike is like a 10 to 17 delta, somewhere in there, if I had to guess an average. All right, let me go back. Is the MA or SMA or EMA something different? Oh, I think someone answered that. Cool. Sweet. Tony asked, for position trades, pyramid in, what percentage of your portfolio would you put on a single stock like Tesla? For something, a stock that I love and I don't mind holding for 20 years, I'll put 10 to 20% of my portfolio in. That's just me. That doesn't mean that's the right thing to do, but that's what works for me. And then I use that size of an account to sell covered calls against it and to put callers on against it. So I can make money. Even if it doesn't move, I can make money if it goes lower, and I pyramid in. I hardly ever get in full size. I always get in portions and work my way in. So on Amazon, like if I think that this could potentially be the bounce, I'll get in. If, let's say I'm planning on 100% of my trade is me fully in, probably get in 15 or 20% here. I'd get in probably another 30% here. And then down at 2,000 or so, I'd get in at the rest, the other 50%. I just kind of leg in. Again, this is a long-term play. This is not a play I'm trying to get out in 3 days. That's not what I'm doing. This is a plan I'm holding for years, if not my whole life. So pyramiding in is that, what I just said. Pyramid is this. That's a really bad, hold on. That, and that. So the smallest portion of your size is right there. The medium portion is right here, and the bigger portion is down here. So as the stock comes down your pyramid, you go small, medium, large on your size. That's what pyramiding is. All right, Home Slice. You're the best. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll be back on again tomorrow. Tomorrow is the last day of our free week. Yeah. Feel free to jump on. I'm glad you guys found us. We still stream live for about 30 minutes and just do a little pre-market analysis. We do that stuff, but yeah, feel free to come join us. Again, invest in yourselves. You can either take the long road and learn learn by your own mistakes, or you can spend money to learn from someone else's mistakes. So, all right.